Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution, the art of war. China humbles Trump. U.S. empire is done. But before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, it's a new day. The wicked empire has been humiliated. The emperor has no clothes. Let's get to the content. Salute.
Donald Trump looked absolutely terrible as he was leaving Beijing, physically deteriorating, struggling to walk up the steps on Air Force One. He is returning to the United States from an utterly failed trip. He is returning with nothing, or perhaps I should say with rose seeds. Yep, Xi Jinping's departing gift for Donald Trump as the ultimate jab was to give Donald Trump rose seeds, nothing else, knowing that there would be no place to plant the rose seeds because Donald Trump and Melania tore up the rose garden at the White House, which Xi Jinping knows how beautiful that rose garden was because unlike Donald Trump, who he made Trump visit him in Beijing, Xi Jinping's trips to the United States was to visit former President Obama when he was in the White House and former President Biden when Biden was in the White House. Xi Jinping went to D.C. first to meet with them. So let's talk about how this disastrous trip ended. Donald Trump bringing back nothing but shame, ridicule, embarrassment, humiliation. So before Donald Trump left, he was walking around with Xi Jinping outside in the kind of residence area for Xi Jinping. And then Donald Trump said, nice place. I could get used to this. Oh, very nice tree. Look at the nice tree. He's so awkward. He's so weird. And it looks like he's like physically attracted to Xi Jinping. Now, I can get used to living here. What are you talking about? Here, play this clip.
So they live 150年. It's pretty old. It's getting pretty old for sure. Nice place. Nice place. I like it.
And then it gets even weirder before Donald Trump leaves. He turns to Xi Jinping and he says to the interpreter, can you please ask the president, does he let other prime ministers and presidents out here? Or am I the only one who gets to see these trees?
He want to feel
what?
Special.
Here, play this clip.
It's for everybody. For nobody.
From other countries, presidents and prime ministers. Does he bring them?
All right, so after that weirdness happens, Donald Trump sitting with Xi Jinping for this final tea ceremony, they were calling it. And here was this is Donald Trump's position about his discussion with Xi Jinping. He's like, we did discuss Iran. We feel very similar. We want the straits open, so we're closing it now. We want it open, so we're closing it. Here, play this clip.
We settle, and the relationship is a very strong one. We've really done some wonderful things, I believe. We did discuss Iran. We feel very similar to Iran. We want that to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. We're closing it now. They closed it, and we closed it on top of them. But we want the straits open, and we want them to get it ended because it's a crazy thing. They're a little bit crazy, and that's no good. Can't have it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
And then Donald Trump says how much he wants to thank Xi and all of his representatives for the great friends they've become. Donald Trump was looking for a friend. Xi Jinping was looking for global dominance, hegemonic power, Thucydides Trap, restructuring the global architecture. That's what Xi Jinping was talking about. three-dimensional, four-dimensional chess of diplomacy. Donald Trump was like looking for an authoritarian friend. Do you like me, Xi? Do you like me, Xi? Watch how pathetic this was. Here, play this clip.
But we discussed a lot of other things also, and I think we're very much on agreement. We're going to have some further discussions now with the group. But I just want to thank President Xi and all of his representatives. We've become friendly with all of them. Great people. And it's an honor to be here. And we'll be back. And I believe on September 24th or thereabouts, President Xi is going to be coming to the United States. And we will be reciprocal, like reciprocal trade. The visit will be reciprocal. We're going to lay it on the line. And we're going to have, you're gonna walk away, hopefully very impressed, like I'm very impressed with China. And I just want to end by saying thank you very much. It's been really a great couple of days. Thank you very much.
And then there's Donald Trump sitting next to Xi Jinping, and Xi Jinping's talking about we're sending Donald Trump home with rose seeds, not roses, rose seeds. Like Donald Trump really liked some of the roses out here, so we're going to give him some of the seeds. And then Donald Trump's like, we did lots of deals, lots of trade deals. What trade deals did you do? You didn't do any deals at all. Here, let's play this clip.
The president was interested to learn all about that, including the Chinese roses, which we looked at. And I've agreed to send the seeds for these roses to the president as a gift.
I love that. That's great. I want to thank you very much. This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries. He's a man I respect greatly, become really a friend. We've known each other now 11 years, almost 12 years. It's a long time. And we've settled a lot of different problems that other people wouldn't have been able to settle. And the relationship is a very strong one. We've really done some wonderful things, I believe.
In fact, one of the things we noticed was Boeing shares falling 4% after Donald Trump said that China agreed to buy 200 Boeing jets, far below the expectation of a possible 500 plane deal, which was discussed before the meeting with Xi Jinping. Also, we saw U.S. stock futures dip after Donald Trump's trade representative, Jameson Greer, said that the Donald Trump Xi Jinping talks did not cover any of the chips. There was some information that leaked out that Trump was going to give Xi Jinping the H200 chips, these GPUs that were highly classified. But then one of the things that we were learning is that maybe China didn't even want it because they've already got the technology, likely from other sources as well. I'll just show you these photos right here just to remind you. This is when Xi Jinping took the first official state visit to the United States to see Obama. Take a look right here. Then this is when Xi Jinping came to see Biden over here, not the other way around, as though Donald Trump is thinking that he got some special treatment right here. I'll show you right here as well as Xi Jinping was saying hello to the various Trump officials. I want you to watch as he stares down Stephen Miller. You can see him staring down Stephen Miller and staring down Stephen Chung. He like stops and pauses and he gives them a very, unique look. So then Donald Trump went on state regime media, which calls itself Fox, right before Trump left. And Donald Trump again started glazing Xi Jinping and saying, Xi Jinping's right out of central casting. If you went to Hollywood and you looked for a leader of China, you would never get someone as strong and powerful as Xi in Hollywood. Again, what are you talking about? Do you even know what this trip is supposed to be? Here, play this clip.
Say about him that if you went to Hollywood and you looked for a leader of China to play a role in a movie,
central casting.
He's central casting. You couldn't find a guy like him. Even his physical features. He's tall, very tall. And especially for this country, because they tend to be a little bit shorter. You look at the military. I mean, the military today was incredible. That military marching was incredible. But no, if you went to Hollywood, you're not going to find a guy to play the role. He's good. And he's, I'll get criticized. They always criticize me when I say good things about certain leaders, and this one. But he's a leader for China. He's led almost 1.5 billion people for a long time, and he's respected. It's sort of interesting when the fake news said, he said, they'll say, President Trump said that President Xi was a brilliant leader. That's a terrible thing. What am I going to do? You know, but it's, you know.
Then Donald Trump does not give a definitive answer here on whether Xi Jinping agreed that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons. Donald Trump's like, what do you expect Xi to say? What do you expect him to say? I don't know, maybe a definitive answer. Even Hannity looks like, dude, what are you talking about? Here, play this clip right here.
Because I don't think China wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon either. I said, they're stone cold crazy. You don't need them having a nuclear weapon either.
What did he say?
Well, he's not going to respond too much. He's a pretty cool guy. He's not going to say, "Oh, gee, that's a good point."
I think he might.
What's he going to do?
Oh,
say,
I mean,
what a wonderful point.
You think he agreed?
Yeah, I think
that was the impression.
I don't think he wants him to. No, he would like to see it end.
And it looks like Hannity continues to get frustrated with Donald Trump over here when he says, so do you think Xi and China have the ability to influence Iran when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz? Like, are you doing anything there? And Donald Trump's like, look, I don't know. I'm not really sure. So what was the point of this trip? Here, play this clip.
The country's decimated. You know, they're charging tolls. Where's the money going?
So do you think President Xi and China have the ability to influence the Iranians, considering they are one of their biggest customers?
But look, he's not coming in with guns. He's not coming in with rifles. They're not coming in shooting. You know, somebody said he's been very good. They get a lot of their oil, 40% of their oil from that location. So what has happened, and one thing I think that we're going to make a deal on, they've agreed they want to buy oil from the United States.
Oh, and then Donald Trump supports China buying up U.S. farmland, right? One of the whole positions that Trump and MAGA tried to come up with in 2024 elections is that we will never let China buy America's farmlands. Donald Trump's like, yeah, they can buy our farmlands up. Here, play this clip.
That Chinese nationals have been buying up thousands and thousands of acres of farmland, ranch land, and land near military installations. Now, I would assume I'm in Beijing. If I wanted to buy property near one of their military installations, I don't think President Xi...
No, they wouldn't let you. I don't... Look, it's not that I love it. You want to see farm prices drop? You want to see farmers lose a lot of money? Just take that out of the market. But they've had a lot of land for a long time. Obama did nothing about it. They bought a lot of it during the Obama administration. He did nothing about it.
And here's what Donald Trump had to say about Chinese students. He's very supportive of Chinese students in American schools, which again goes against what he was saying on the campaign trail and everything that MAGA was saying. Let's play this clip.
It's a very insulting thing to tell a country, we don't want your people in our schools. I mean, it really is. Now, I'll have people say, oh, that's a terrible thing. You know, it is a very insulting thing. And it's very interesting. It's something didn't come up today. Came up last time. But I will tell you that school systems don't want that to happen because you won't have much of a school system.
Hannity asked Donald Trump, so do you think you made progress at all, you know, for actually doing deals? Like, what was this trip for? And Donald Trump's like, yeah, they may buy some soybeans. Great. You realize they were buying massive amounts of soybeans under former President Biden. They stopped buying the soybeans when you did tariffs against them and tariffs against the world. And then they agreed to buy half as many soybeans as they were buying under Biden. And so your big trade deal was that they agreed to buy some soybeans. Here, play this clip.
Do you think you made progress? Did you feel like that the give and take, like, well, for example, you're not going to sign this big agreement after hours meeting, but do you feel the foundation was laid for great success?
Better than last time. You know, last time we signed like 36 deals. This time it's much bigger than that. Talked about soybeans for our farmers. They're going to do a lot of soybeans for our farmers. They're going to be buying a lot of our farm product, which is great. they have an unlimited appetite, as the expression goes. They can buy as much as when you have that many people.
And then Donald Trump, of course, has to attack Obama. Let's play this.
America, I'm sure, watched the reception, and I'll do a side-by-side of the reception of then President Obama.
He doesn't respect Obama. Nobody does. Highly overrated, and he's a divider. Biden will go down as the worst president in history because I think what he did on the border.
And how do you?
Okay, well then, when it comes to retrieving enriched uranium on Iran, here's what Donald Trump had to say. Let's play it.
No, I don't think it's necessary, except from a public relations standpoint. I think it's important for the fake news that we get it. I'm the one that said we're going to get it, and we're going to get it. We have our eye on it. So Space Force was my creation. I did that in my first term. It's going to end up going down as one of the most important of all of our military.
So it can be entombed.
Yeah, it can be.
With eyes on it.
It can be, but I'd rather get it, to be honest with you. It can be, a lot of things can happen, and even despite the statement that, they can't get it, they are, first of all, if we left right now, it would take Iran 25 years to rebuild.
And then, of course, he had to finish by attacking former President Biden. Let's play this last clip.
Our country 2 years ago, if Biden came here, I don't even think he would get a meeting with President Xi. I don't think they'd even meet with him.
I don't know if he'd be able to focus long enough in the meeting.
What? He wouldn't come here. But assuming he came, I don't know that he'd even have a meeting. It's amazing. Actually, a lot of people, I noticed even with the business leaders, they're the biggest businessmen in the world, and women, a couple of women. And most of them, almost all of them, but most of them never met President Xi.
Oh, and then Donald Trump, of course, I'll leave you with this one. He's like, yes, Xi Jinping, he's such a warm person, so warm, so loving. What are we even doing here? What are we doing here? Here, play this clip.
Yeah, I think he's a warm person, actually, but he's all business. He's, there's no games, there's no talking about how nice the weather is. Oh, let's look at the stars, let's look at the sun. No, he's all business, and that's, I like that. I mean, that's a good thing. No games. I say it about him, and I could say it about some.
Well, there you have it, everybody. Let me know what you think. What truthfully, a disastrous.
The American president just finished a visit to China that took 2 days for the American president to be there, but it wasn't just a meeting between two heads of state and two presidents. It was a meeting between China and the United States as a whole, the two superpowers, the two giants. The American president had senior figures in the tech industry and other industries, business moguls, to his visit to China, signaling the importance of this. And they spoke about the most important things that you can think of, including the areas of dispute like Iran and Taiwan, including sensitive areas to do with the exportation and AI, precious metals, everything that is important for the two countries, which signals that there was some sort of an intention to get things straight, to get things right, potentially, between the United States and China. So what were the main things that they spoke about? Before we get into the main bits, let's listen to one of the most important statements that were made during that visit, which came from the president of China, Xi Jinping. Let's have a listen to what he had to say here.
The whole world is watching our meeting. Currently, transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe, and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. The world has come to a new crossroads. Can China and the United States overcome the Thucydides Trap? and create a new paradigm of major country relations? Can we meet global challenges together and provide more stability for the world? Can we, in the interests of the well-being of our two peoples and the future of humanity, build a brighter future together for our bilateral relations? These are the questions vital to history, to the world, and to the people. They are the questions of our times that you and I need to answer as leaders of major countries.
So, very important and strong statement coming here, a strong speech from the Chinese president. Interestingly, coming in the form of asking questions, but behind these questions were some very big statements. First and foremost, the outward-looking approach of China. They're talking about the two peoples of both China and America and humanity as a whole, saying that the two countries are the great superpowers, in essence, solidifying and confirming the position of China as an equal to the United States of America, not a rising superpower, a superpower at the same level of the United States of America. Apart from the outward looking and the global approach that China had with this statement from the Chinese president, in essence, caring for the world and for the future of humanity and trying to avoid a clash between the two countries, the Chinese president mentioned the Thucydides Trap. What did he mean by the Thucydides Trap, and what can we learn from that statement of the Chinese president? It's a reference to an Athenian historian and commander, Thucydides, who spoke about the rise of Athens at the time and the worry of Sparta, which led to an inevitable war. And it's used in a context of a rising superpower and a current superpower, where the current superpower resorts to war to avoid the rising superpower from reaching that level. And that's why the Chinese president was speaking about avoiding that trap. In current modern day terminology, it's used as a reference to a rising power trying to take place of a current superpower. And again, the coexistence. That's another thing that the Chinese president spoke about, coexisting with the United States to avoid any sort of conflict between the two countries that would be detrimental and potentially catastrophic for humanity as a whole. They didn't just talk about this. They spoke about other things to do with business, to do with the economy. These are some of the key highlights that the two countries spoke about. Firstly, we understood so far that both sides want to avoid direct confrontation. That is the clearest outcome. She reportedly warned about the danger of clashes and even conflicts, especially over Taiwan, while Trump avoided major public provocations during the visit. And the summit appeared focused more on managing rivalry than resolving it, because we still have a lot of elements who are warmongering primarily in the United States. The hostility comes from the United States primarily rather than China. Now, Taiwan remains a central red line. She made Taiwan the core issue of the summit and reportedly delivered one of the strongest warnings yet to Washington, despite all of the statements in relation to coexisting and avoiding a clash. China pushed for a stronger U.S. opposition to Taiwanese independence, while Trump remained publicly restrained on the issue. And this suggests that both sides understand Taiwan is now the most dangerous flashpoint in the relationship, and both of them want to avoid reaching a level where they would have a conflict there. The third thing that is very important is both countries are agreeing on what we can call an economic détente that may be replacing tariff warfare. Trump promoted major trade and investment discussions, including possible Chinese purchases of U.S. goods, such as Boeing aircraft, soybeans, oil, and agricultural products. While no breakthrough trade deal emerged, both governments signaled interest in reducing economic hostility and creating a more predictable relationship. The fourth main thing is the fact that China and the US may cooperate tactically on Iran. Now, you need to be careful with this, because one of the key things here is that China is not giving up on its position in relation to Iran. It was heavily underreported, by the way, which signals the sensitivity around it. But what we understood here is that Trump was seeking China's help regarding Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. And while Beijing did not fully align with Washington, both sides appeared to share an interest in preventing a wider regional war and avoiding disruption to global energy flows. Now, there's a big difference between how China does it and how the US does it. The US was the instigator of this conflict, but now they want to kind of take it back to the normal days.
Salute, family.
Whereas China never did anything to increase tensions, but worked tirelessly throughout the years to reduce tensions, highlighted by the 2023 partnership agreement or reduction of hostilities, the meeting that they had with Iran and Saudi Arabia with the help of Oman, where they were pushing for an understanding between Iran and Saudi Arabia to reduce, again, tensions, whilst the United States was escalating tensions primarily through and with Israel.
Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious.
How are you going to?
And one of the main things that symbolically, this may have been the Chinese president's biggest victory. Chinese state media and analysts portrayed the summit as proof now that China stands on equal footing with the US, a G2 dynamic between two superpowers. The extensive ceremony, the pageantry, and the strategic language all reinforced Beijing's message that the era of unquestioned American dominance is fading. Now, there are several things to consider when we speak about the main highlights of the meeting of Xi and Trump, in effect, the American administration and China, following years of American hostility, in essence, towards China. Many people say China is the biggest threat and they're doing this and that. Although China doesn't have territorial ambitions overseas, they don't have bases all across the world, they don't push for wars externally, they don't support Israel, and they aren't influenced by any foreign lobbies. They simply are a rising power. And now, in effect, they position themselves as a superpower on par, same level as the United States of America, but nevertheless having to have a strong country to try and prevent any sort of conflict. That's the main reason. They want to have deterrence. They want to have a level of protection in case the United States or any other country try and provoke China or attack China through Taiwan or through any other country as well. The biggest thing to do with West Asia is Iran, of course. Now, whilst China spoke about wanting to have a normal situation in the Strait of Hormuz, that approach is completely different from the American approach, and that's why I was heavily underreported to. Of course, the West Asian region is just only one part of the relationship between the United States and China. Both of the countries have massive economies, strong militaries, they have influence, they have technology, they have advancement, the two big superpowers. And that's primarily for the reason that China in essence, is continuing the same relationship that it had with Iran. This meeting between Trump and Xi is not affecting the strategic partnership that China has with Iran. It doesn't simply work in a way where an American president visits and all of a sudden we put things down the line or prioritize the United States over everything else now. And the fact that they didn't mention a lot about it in the media signals the strong position from China, where Trump's media arms would want to project power from the American president somehow. Although, in essence, the fact that he's going to China is a statement on its own, taking the senior figures in his administration, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of War, the head of everyone, the top figures of the United States and the United States corporate world were in China. That, in effect, is a statement on how strong China is and how valuable China is. Now, the leverage that China has, especially with Iran, is very high because from a Chinese perspective, they still need Iran as a strong partner in the region. They still need the Iranian oil. And Donald Trump realized to a large extent that there is no way past this but total destruction. If he wanted to go ahead and continue with Iran, it would have inevitably led to more destruction against any American asset, any American interest, and potentially the involvement of China, something that he doesn't want, as in potentially direct involvement at some point, rather than just logistical support or intel support. And if that is something that the United States president and many in the United States political and military echelons understand, then what is preventing them from going ahead with this new vision that was mentioned by the Chinese president, which is a coexistence, avoiding conflict, trying to serve both people's interests and the interests of the humanity as two rising superpowers? What is preventing them from doing that? What's preventing them from doing that is the influential elements within the United States, or are the influential elements of the United States, who would be interesting in instability, in wars, trying to profiteer off them, and working on behalf of another country in many cases, primarily Israel. However, when you weigh that up with a country like China and with mutual interests, with things that the United States needs for its future, things to do with AI or precious materials that the United States needs for its tech sector to continue advancing as a superpower rather than be on a constant decline. Because you can have a situation where you're no longer the main superpower, but there's a difference between no longer being the superpower and remaining very powerful than no longer being the superpower and constantly declining. And to prevent that decline, the United States needs China, and China understands that. How much will that voice of reason prevail in the United States is still not very clear. We're just going out of multiple hostile actions coming from the United States of America. In one sense, you can say or suggest that they are an attempt to protect the position of the United States as the, at least, main power of the West by these occupations and these wars that they're having. In another sense, there are economic interests for some elements, some groups of people. And in the foreign policy department, Israel is dictating a lot of that because they're managing to drag the United States, in essence, to conflicts that are not in the interests of the American people or anyone, apart from a very small group of influential people that are tied with Israel. Now that the visit is done, Donald Trump is going to be back to the United States, and multiple questions will remain open. What do they do with the deal with Iran? What happens with the future in the Strait of Hormuz? And what do they do with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu? All of these questions become more interesting when we know that now, in essence, some elements within the Likud party of Benjamin Netanyahu are calling for early elections to, in essence, supporting this notion. There will be a call next week. And from Trump's perspective, he would understand that he potentially wouldn't have to deal with this individual in the future, who was the main force behind the war against Iran. There is, of course, an Israeli interest there, Israel as an occupying, a violent apartheid entity. But in the current situation, it was primarily Benjamin Netanyahu and his own interests. So that's another calculation that the American administration would have, is that, well, we're not going to be dealing with Netanyahu in a few months' time. We need to understand where we're going to now. How much influence does Netanyahu have on Trump? That remains another big question here. But the fact that they might not have to deal with him, and they might deal with other individuals before 2027, towards the end of 2026, who would potentially have different priorities, not less hostile or more humane or anything as such, just having a different strategy and different priorities, simply because they're not in a rush to protect themselves and save themselves from being imprisoned and facing justice. All of these considerations are going to be taking place in the United States. That would also shape how the current administration would view any potential continuation of the war against Iran, and potentially consider a path of de-escalation, seeing their limitations on the ground against Iran, and seeing the power of China and the fact that there are certain lines that they will not cross to please the United States or to have a good mutual relationship with them that is based on mutual respect, and having limits on how far you go with each of the countries' limits, whether they're related to internal affairs or international affairs. Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the
Hi, everybody. Today's Friday, May 15, 2026. And we're here with two friends, two dear friends, Larry Power of Two, Larry Johnson and Colonel Wilkerson. Welcome back.
Hey, just get the damn story straight. We're like the second fathers here, okay? We've gladly adopted you.
Lorenzo e Lorenzo.
Yeah, let me start, Larry, with you. And you've just, before coming up, you've just mentioned what was the outcome. I was asking you, what was the outcome of the Trump's meeting, or the two delegation? Look at what has happened in China. Look at the people, the delegations, the two parts. It's significant. But what was the outcome? We know one of the greatest problems of Donald Trump right now is the case of the Strait of Hormuz and the Middle East. And he wanted to do something with that. But overall, when you look at the meeting, what was happening and what was the outcome for Donald Trump?
He got some more frequent flyer miles. Then he got a chance to travel with a bunch of oligarchs. and have him confined on his plane. But beyond that, the Chinese didn't see this as an important meeting, and they sent several signals. It started with the fact that like 8 hours before Trump arrived in town, the Tajik flags were still adorning the light posts along with the Chinese flag. They hadn't made it a priority to go take those down, put up a U.S. flag. The China Daily, its main headline on just hours before Trump was arriving was about the Chinese talks with Tajikistan, and there's just a sidebar attached to the meeting with Trump. Then the biggest one I saw that sent the clear message, and the Chinese did this to Trump back in 2017 as well. They sent the second level people out to the airport to greet him. Now, all the apologists for Trump and the MAGA defenders, they keep saying, "Oh, that's just Chinese following protocol." No. When Vladimir Putin showed up, she was at the airport. In fact, piled Putin into a Cadillac, like a convertible, and they drove downtown together. When Kim Jong-un, North Korea, showed up, hey, she's at the airport. So the fact that she decides, this guy is not important enough to go to the airport for, I'll see him tomorrow. Send in a message. I did get a note from, because I had predicted at the outset this was going to be a nothing burger, and he wrote me back. He said, "You were right." He said, he had talked to somebody in the White House, and this person I know does have that kind of access, and he said she basically told Trump with respect to requests Trump made about Iran to go pound sand. So Trump came away. He got some great photo ops. They got to see some beautiful architecture. I don't think he fell asleep on camera. So, from that standpoint, it was a rousing success. Yeah. And actually, since, because Colonel Wilkerson's got far more experience with this, any high-level meetings like with Colin Powell had as Secretary of State, there was always Sherpa work involved. Yeah. And it doesn't appear, Chaz Friedman said his sources of state told him there was zero Sherpa work on this one.
Yeah, which is typical for Trump. It's standard for practice with Trump and standard practice with Rubio.
Colonel, here is what Donald Trump himself said about Chinese support for Iran.
And you've been asked about it, and you've spoken about it, and that is China's support of Iran. How big a discussion was that today?
We discussed it. When you say support, they're not fighting a war with us or anything.
No.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. That's a big statement. He said that strongly. But at the same time, he said, they buy a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that.
Yeah. How do you find the tone, the way that he's talking about it? We know that China is not fighting the United States in Iran. Iranians are fighting. But when he was asked about the support that China is giving Iran, Colonel, what is your understanding of that?
Well, first of all, I listened to Dr. John Gartner, Johns Hopkins University, and he's gained some publicity of late because he's an expert in narcissism, an expert in the kind of afflictions Trump is increasingly demonstrating. And his latest one was he's far worse, and he's going to get a lot worse. And I think he's probably right. I have no perspective educationally to say that, but he's convincing in the way he describes what this kind of megalomania, this kind of narcissism does to someone over time, particularly if they're hard pressed over that time. So I think we are dealing with that now. But let's back up to what Larry was talking about, which I'll add to in spades. The Chinese are absolutely superb in choreographing visits and other things too. Even when Richard Haas and I went in 2003, well, I guess it was before 9/11, so it must have been summer 2001. It was choreographed even for us at the level that we were. Well, the first thing that struck me about this choreography was that Xi was standing there flat-footed, looking at Trump coming towards him. He made no effort whatsoever to advance and meet Trump. He made Trump walk across the intervening space and stick his hand out, and then Xi took it. And I suspect that the rest of the choreography was much the same, as Larry was indicating at the airport, for example, which should have been taken as an indicator by the party, including Marco Rubio, most of all, that I ain't doing things very well with regard to diplomacy and with regard to this number one power in the world in many respects. And so it flowed into more and more and more of that. And so it flowed into more and more of what the doctor was talking about, Trump making things up as he went along and reporting on things to the press in this country in particular, but also at different stops on the trip, that things were going swimmingly or were going better than they certainly were going, because what he was getting was a stonewall, everything he was asking about. Now, he did get, for example, I'm told the Cargill guy got at least for him. And that's another thing. This was not a diplomatic mission, anything but a diplomatic mission, as Larry pointed out. There were no teams put together, no Sherpas, no working groups, no people doing the spade work beforehand, no people working out the details, for example, of what might happen between Cargill or whomever and the Chinese in terms of resuming buying U.S. soybeans. And footnote, I called my friend in Iowa and I said, he's a Republican. He's head of the most important farm lobby in the United States of America. And he's a real fan of what we're doing with him on the climate crisis because he understands the climate crisis from a visceral perspective. Too much rain, too much heat, longer growing season, higher yields. Yeah, but it ain't going to last, that sort of thing. Republican. I said, what are we talking about here? He said, well, it ain't going to matter a bit because we don't have the fertilizer. We're not going to be raising any soybeans. And that's the truth, unless you get the Strait of Hormuz functioning again and you get that urea and other things out, and you essentially take the pressure off global commerce, then a lot of farmers in this country, and I know this from the perspective of my son-in-law who has a farm up in Maryland, they're not going to be able to plant, simply not going to be able to plant. So the disconnects in this are just awesome. And then the last thing I'd say, so much to say, is that he didn't get anything really. And the one thing he thought he was going to get was couched in truly Chinese reasoning, which is explicit. If the Strait of Hormuz were open, we'd all be better off. So if you want help opening the Strait of Hormuz, here it is. Lay off the Iranians. Let them control the strait, that sort of thing. Donald Trump probably didn't even hear that, but I think it was probably pretty explicit. And you go downhill from there.
Yeah, let me just add that when I use the term, for those who are not aware, Sherpa, well, normally it refers to the guides on Mount Everest. It is also a term used within diplomatic channels for the diplomats who have to do the actually heavy lifting. They have to write the documents. They have to negotiate out. You're going to say happy or glad or pleased. They get everything prepared so that when the principals come together, they're not caught up in a big argument over the actual substance of the matter. It's already sort of been pre-cooked or predetermined, and none of that was done for this.
No, zero.
Yeah. So that's where they get into the first problem. The other thing is the one who's blockading now the Strait of Hormuz is the United States.
Yeah. And Xi meant that.
Yeah.
Get out of the way and commerce will resume.
Yeah, because Iran has started allowing ships through, but that meet the Iranian terms. And Iran has basically said, look, if you're aligned with the United States and Israel and attacking us, okay, you're not going to come through, period. We're not going to allow that. However, if you sign up and agree to our terms, you can go through. And I think there were at least 30 ships that were allowed through yesterday. And so now, as far as global diplomacy goes, It's not Iran that's seen as holding things up. It's the United States. The other critical thing here, and I put an article up on Sonar 21 earlier this morning or late last night, depending on where you were, going through the five commodities, critical commodities that come out of the Persian Gulf that fuel the global economy. And when I say fuel, I mean they are literally essential. You can't live without them, just like as Colonel Wilkerson was talking about fertilizer. So the fertilizer that's produced is produced in part from urea and from sulfur. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But the sulfur content is about 40% of the world's sulfur comes out of the Persian Gulf. I mean, these numbers are fantastic. And we don't appreciate that. Well, when you sit down and look at so oil, liquid natural gas, urea, sulfur, and helium. Those are the big five. The two countries in the Persian Gulf that produce actually the majority of those items are Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Kuwait, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, they're sort of, they do a little here and there, but they're not the major players in those. And Qatar, surprisingly, it plays a major role with urea, sulfur, or LNG, urea, and helium. And the urea and LNG were they were basically destroyed when Iran took out the Ras-Laftan plant. So what we're looking at here is that even if they magically open the strait, the gut punch to the global economy is just starting.
Yeah.
And China understands that, and China is well positioned to not suffer like the rest of the world is going to suffer. And that's what I don't think Trump even had a clue about.
And the other thing I would point out that the farmer in Iowa pointed out to me was diesel's critical, and the cost of diesel is critical. And they can't go to the point that they went to, for example, a few years ago and expect to sustain themselves if diesel is as expensive as it was a few years ago. And it has every portent of being that way if we don't get the strait open.
Yeah. The other point, Carl, was the sanctions on Chinese companies, because they were somehow they're sending or receiving products from Iran and Russia. Donald Trump was talking about they sanctioned some Chinese companies before going to China. It seems the outcome of this meeting between the two presidents was that Donald Trump has decided to lift those sanctions. And the other point, Carl, is
the Chinese weren't adhering to him anyway, and they directed all of their colleagues, if you will, in the world not to pay any attention to him also. So Trump was doing something that Xi had already done.
Yeah. Do you feel, Carl, that China, when you look at the meeting, I think something has changed. Looking at the big picture, something has changed, totally changed. China today, in my opinion, is a product. They saw what has happened in Ukraine. They saw what has happened with the case of Iranian war, or the war on Iran. And they're just thinking of their position. How did you find China's position right now? How do they define themselves? We know that the most important issue for China today is Taiwan. And they were talking about it. They were mentioning it, but we haven't heard nothing in the outcome in that statement by White House about Taiwan. It was about the Strait of Hormuz and demilitarization of the Strait of Hormuz, nothing of that sort for Taiwan. What is that, in your opinion, and how is that going to change the situation in Taiwan?
Well, ever since Deng Xiaoping, the number one talking point for any Chinese diplomat or any Chinese person in the structure, the governmental structure, whether it be a district governor or just a simple minister in the districts or up at the higher level of the Politburo, the very first talking point is Taiwan. Every time we went to China, That was the first thing that came out, whether it was Wang Yi talking to us. At that time, he was head of the North American division in MOFA and knew more about North America than any other Chinese than Chen Shi-chen, and Chen Shi-chen passed away. So he inherited that moniker, if you will. So it's the very first thing they say. It doesn't really comport with putting enormous emphasis on it because it is pro forma with them. Now, that said, I suspect it is a little more serious right now because Xi sees the Politburo, the military structure, which Xi just changed majorly. Think about that for a minute. And I have input that tells me that was a lot about the nuclear arms race that is aborting right now and what those military people believe and what the civilians believe. But that's another matter altogether. I doubt they even talked about that. I doubt very seriously because there was no, as he said, there were no Sherpas, there was no groundwork done, there were no issues discussed. This is a very important issue, Mr. President. We should have a working group on this and we should have a position when we go in. None of that was done. Key issue, but none of that was done that I can detect. And none of those business people were there to talk about nuclear weapons, except in the sense that they might be making money off of them and might have had a side conversation about it. So what we're looking at with regard to China's position, which is your bigger question, China's position in its grandest scheme is do nothing to stop the suicide.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to do anything to aid and abet it, but if you have something, bring it forward and we'll talk about it. But right now, we're not in the business of aiding and abetting a clear suicide by the other power on the other end of the world that competes with us. Now, we don't want that suicide to suddenly turn into an dying elephant thrashing grass, and maybe we're in the grass. So be careful what we do. Be careful how we might decide to aid and abet this particular aspect of it. For example, the war in Iran, because it might have ramifications for us, which the war in Iran certainly does in terms of oil and other things. So that's China's geostrategic position. Let them kill themselves. At the same time, you've got other people in the Central Party School who are advising, and generally that advice gets up to the Politburo, and it has some impact, that you don't want them gone completely from the world because they benefit you by being in the world in a number of ways, tick, 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 tick. So if you can develop diplomacy that keeps those aspects of the empire from disappearing and keeps them either negative, neutral, or in your favor, do that too. So he has a very exquisite portfolio that he can choose from at any given time in terms of actions China will take vis-a-vis America and in general vis-a-vis the West, which he considers Europe in particular, Western Europe in particular, Eastern Europe. I think he's kind of got real substantive questions about, as do I and anybody looking at it. Are the Poles going to take over for Germany? Are you kidding me? That's what their government's talking about right now. Send your troops to our country. We'll take over from Germany. Well, Poland, what are the two countries in the world you have had in the last few hundred years the most problems with? Moscow and Berlin. Okay, well, maybe that's not a smart move. So Xi's kind of puzzled about that, but he's not puzzled about Western Europe. Western Europe is essentially, for different reasons, the same state that America's in. So he's got a similar strategy towards that. Doesn't want to lose them, and certainly doesn't want to lose the aspect that Putin is talking to him about all the time, restoring Russian sales of LNG and oil to Europe, which is happening right now. It's happening right now, even though the EU has passed laws about it not happening. And so he's got a very exquisite view of what's happening in the world. And he's got a strategy, multiple strategies for dealing with it. And this meeting was no disturbance of that. Not really. Just confirmed for him what he already thinks he knows, and probably rightfully.
You know, and the language he used was particularly striking. You know, when he brought up the Thucydides Trap, I bet Trump was going, huh?
Who's that? What's that?
Yeah. What kind of trap? You know. Now, And I admit, I had to go back and I said, I was familiar with the term, but if you'd asked me to stand up and give a definition, I couldn't have given the definition offhand. Okay, so either we're looking at, Xi Jinping as one of the most intelligent, educated leaders, well-versed in ancient Greek history, or this, one of his clever underlings said, "Hey, boss, let's lay this on Trump. This will freak him out." I'm not sure which it was, but it was one of the two. And the Chinese were sending a very strong signal that they are the rising power. In fact, I think on many, if you want to pick a number of variables, you could point out that China has now surpassed the United States. They have more banks in the top 10 of the world banks. They have a higher literacy rate than the United States. They have certainly a higher industrial capability. They can build more ships in 1 year than we built in the last 60. They've developed hypersonic missiles that are 4, and we haven't even deployed one. So we just keep going down the list. And I think they also know from history that this kind of displacement of a hegemon, displacement of the United States as, quote, who perceives itself as we're the world leader, we're the best, we're the strongest, and nope, that it's like with Snow White, where the evil queen's mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? And the day comes up, the mirror looks back and says, "You ain't it." Your time is over.
Bring on the fun and bring home a new Honda. One of Car and Driver's 10 best, a record 40 times.
And what Larry's talking about is so true. One of the most difficult things in human history, the 3,000 years we know something about and the 5,000 we know a little bit about, is this kind of transition, which is what Graham Allison and the Thucydides Trap and General Thucydides himself, he was a general. A lot of people forget that, as well as a historian, one of the first historians in the world. Part of their point is just this. It is one of the most difficult transitions, most often failed at, rather than succeeded, out of empire, out of the grand power, out of the scheme of, I'm the hegemon, I'm the number one power in the world. And it's not going to be any different for America. In fact, in some respects, it's going to be more difficult because we have an incredible capacity to not be cohesive. 50 states, increasingly with different views, different visions, different kinds of problems, but some common problems that adhere, one of which is AI and water use and power. And it's coming into me email after email after email about the problems we're developing with this. Places like Corpus Christi, Texas, which have no water, which are going to disappear if we can't do something about their water problem. All of this is creating some real turmoil. So add to the fact that this is an extremely challenging moment for anyone in human history to navigate successfully, stepping down from empire. And by the way, Britain, when it stepped down, simply stepped into the shadow of America. So it had some place to go to hide, as it were. We don't have any place to go to hide. And we have a potential for dismemberment of our country, period, that's hugely potent right now, particularly with this administration, who would take total advantage of that probably to create their own kind of government in its wake. That's extremely destabilizing and dangerous, I think. And we're at a moment right now in history, our history in particular, that's going to be difficult to navigate. And Xi knows that. Xi knows that. He doesn't want it to be catastrophic, but he wants it to proceed apace.
Yeah, he said that, Larry. He said that you have to choose. You want to confront, we can confront. You want to cooperate, we are ready to cooperate. And this is, I think, one of the main messages from China. We know that the Iranian foreign minister went to China before this meeting between Donald Trump and Xi, and next Wednesday we're going to have Russian President Vladimir Putin going to China and talking with him. Larry, how do you see that the way that China, Russia, and Iran are solidifying or improving the sort of partnership they have to confront these sort of policies on the part of Washington to influence their countries?
Well, there's something big underway behind the scenes that it's not in public. I have received this information from, I'll call it a source with access to Pakistan's intelligence service. The comments that both Putin and Wang Yi made after meeting in Karachi regarding a new security architecture for the Gulf were not just offhand remarks. There is an actual planning effort, negotiation effort underway, and it is concentrated on Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And part of the reason Pakistan's playing a leading role in this, with the encouragement and if not the direction of China, is that Pakistan has a bilateral security treaty with the Saudis. So, and the reason they're focused on Saudi Arabia and Qatar, as I mentioned earlier, those two countries produce, helium and sulfur and urea and liquid natural gas. I mean, Qatar was accounted for 10% of the global supply of liquid natural gas. Think about that. It was the fourth largest after, had Russia, United States, Norway, and then I think Qatar. So, it's not insignificant. And the entire idea behind this new security architecture is to expel the U.S. military presence from the Persian Gulf, because the only reason it's there is to attack Iran. So get that out of there, to create an incentive for both the Saudis and the Qataris to distance themselves from the United States. Because in the past, part of that relationship of having the security blanket of Uncle Sam was you also had to buy Uncle Sam's treasury bills, and you had to buy Uncle Sam's, shitty military equipment. Well, now that's starting to go away. And so Iran Iran's not just a passive observer in this. Iran is directly involved in coordinating with both China and Russia, and China is playing a major role here. And that's why I think it was, Trump sought to get the Chinese intervention, help us get those Iranians under control. And China's basic word was, no, it is, you're the problem, not them, which is, shocking for someone like Donald Trump. So this is, it's not, they're not announcing this. It's not, but this is happening behind the scenes, and I think this is terribly, terribly significant.
Larry, is that related to this sort of news that came out about non-aggression pact between, because they're talking about a new pact between Iran and Arab states.
Yes.
Basically, yes. Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
Oh, it's absolutely.
Non-aggression pact.
Absolutely.
And one thing, just to reinforce what Larry said, I have it on fairly good authority that Netanyahu had a trip planned to Islamabad. But what's happening right now has delayed that. But I'm quite confident that one of the things he wants to do is start a, diplomatic action and otherwise to counter some of this, because he sees it as being counter to his interest, as well he should. His political turmoil right now, though, is deepening every moment. I don't know what's going to happen. The vote of no confidence procedure in the Knesset is very different. And I think what he's done is forestall a precipitate vote of no confidence by simply going for the bigger one, which puts it out to almost when an election would be anyway. So he feels like that he's got the time to regain lost ground and such. And frankly, there's no one in the opposition who looks like they're any better than Netanyahu. And that's got voters probably puzzled as to whom they might vote for. But he's concerned about what's happening. There's no way he doesn't know about what Larry just said.
Yeah.
Colonel, here is what Donald Trump said about the reason of the war on Iran.
We don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
Fair enough. So,
I mean, you could make the case, like, why are we even, we're doing it to help Israel and to help Saudi Arabia and to help Qatar and UAE and, Kuwait and other countries, Bahrain.
It also helps China.
And I told them today, I said, we're helping you. And we're helping you in another way because I don't think China wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon either. I said, they're stone cold crazy. You don't need them having a nuclear weapon either.
What did he say?
Well, he's not going to respond too much. He's a pretty cool guy. He's not going to say, "Oh, gee, that's a good point."
I think he might.
What's he going to do? What a wonderful point.
You think he agreed?
Yeah, I think
that was the impression.
I don't think he wants them to. No, he would like to see it end. But he's been good about it,
Sean Hannity's leading the person he's interviewing is so obvious. I think he must have got lawyer training.
Yeah. Colonel, what he said about the reasons for the war is about Israel, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. I don't see that happening in Saudi Arabia and Qatar. They don't see this war as though helping them in any aspect.
Exactly the opposite.
They see how this war is hitting them, is destroying their countries, their economy.
Exactly the opposite. You're perfectly right there. We forget, some people do anyway, that China was a very vested party to the JCPOA. And China showed during that time, through its negotiating and through its diplomacy, that it was indeed concerned about another violation of the Non-Proliferation Treaty and another nuclear power. And it was convinced that the diplomacy that was going to take place with the Europeans and with us and others was going to be successful and would be good because they didn't want another nuclear power in the world. I don't think any of the vested nuclear powers want other nuclear powers in the world. Not really. In fact, I would say that the better amongst them want the numbers to go down, not up, but at best, or at worst, to stay stable. So China was all for that. But China has seen what has morphed out of that with Donald Trump in particular, and Joe Biden, I can't let him out of this bag either, since that JCPOA. And Biden was an enemy of the JCPOA because Blinken and Sullivan, his right-hand men as vice president, were an enemy of the JCPOA. They dared not let Obama get any sign of it, but they were. And they showed their true colors as soon as they came out, just like they did toward Cuba. Rapprochement achieved, positive relations developing, they killed it. They murdered it in its crib. So a lot of the blame goes back to Biden, not only for that, but for Ukraine and a host of other things that we did very badly in his time, mostly due to Blinken and Sullivan. I don't know if Biden was even sentient at the time. So you've got a situation now where China has changed completely because of what we've done. I'm not saying they're in favor of Iran getting a nuclear weapon. I don't think they are. Just as I said, in general, they're not in favor of that. But they have changed because we have forced them to change. And this is one of those things that I was talking about that Xi is told people to watch very carefully. Because if there is something the United States is doing that is disturbing our march toward championship, we want to do something about it. And that's where he is now. And he is doing something about it as best he can.
Yeah. Larry, when it comes to the Iranian nuclear program, it didn't seem that China didn't respond to that comments of Donald Trump. But we know that Iran doesn't want nuclear weapon. It is not something new to announce that let's condemn Iran pursuing nuclear weapons. They don't want it. That's why they were negotiating with the United States before this war started.
Yeah, well, look, number one, I would ask anyone that has not read the JCPOA, that agreement that was inked with Iran, please go read it, because the amount of propaganda that's put out about it is just it's absurd, because you realize it was a robust agreement. Now, one of the propaganda lines in the West is that, oh, Obama gave all these billions of dollars to Iran. Well, number one,
their money.
Yeah, it was their money. They had paid to U.S. arms dealers money that was this was when the Shah was in power. So Iran had purchased weapons that were to be delivered to Iran. And then once the Shah went away, the United States, we're just going to keep the damn money. Well, the courts then decided, no, you can't do that. But the United States has continued to hold it. But the other thing to recognize is when that JCPOA was signed, both China and Russia at the time agreed to enforce pretty onerous sanctions on Iran if it didn't comply. And this is what makes it even more astonishing how stupid Donald Trump was in abrogating and tearing up that agreement. Because if the goal really was to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, that did it. But again, as I've argued before, the whole issue about Iran getting a nuke, that's just a sideshow. It's just an excuse to go in and try to find a reason to destroy the Iranian government. Because when you explain to people that at least within Shia theology, the Shia are very consistent in that it is a sin to kill non-combatants. It's okay, guys carrying guns and shooting back at you, you can kill them, that's okay. But you don't kill women and children, you don't slaughter innocents. And it's quite different from the Wahhabi and Deobandi philosophy. And that's why that's one of the principal reasons behind the Ayatollah Khamenei's fatwa against a nuclear weapon. Because a nuclear weapon is an indiscriminate weapon that kills innocents. And that's why it's a sin. And so you got to applaud the Iranian Islamic Republic for at least having some shred of humanity that Israel and the United States clearly do not. So the fact that China's presented, you want to help us keep Iran from getting a nuclear weapon? Yeah, sure, because they're not trying to get one. I'm sure China has that assurance so far from Iran, and that's why, while for those who are in, of a Hollywood movie mentality, yeah, get the nuke and that'll put you on even keel. The fact of the matter is, Iran, with its conventional weapons, conventional ballistic missiles, is proven a formidable foe that has defeated a world superpower and one of the leading militaries, if not considered the most powerful military in the Middle East. Iran stopped them. And that has the rest of the world is watching going, how about that? Maybe the West is not as tough as we thought they were.
Nima, this is the one place where I will take exception to what Larry just said.
Bad deals, junk cars. Arm yourself and avoid getting ripped off.
I don't think we have what we had with the Ayatollah. I think what we have right now is a very, very rational military force, the IRGC, in charge of Iran for all intents and purposes. And I think what they have concluded, despite some of their Islamic leanings, if you will, which Larry elaborated on, and I agree with that to this point, I think they have a undisclosed facility deep underground, and I think they are very capable of now making a warhead, matching it with one of their faster missiles, and somehow, as the North Koreans did, announcing it. How they'll do that, I'm not quite sure. But I'll remind everybody that China was deadly opposed to all the Kims, Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un, getting a nuclear weapon. They were our most potent ally, and Russia was right behind them at the time. I dare say they aren't anymore, at trying to talk Pyongyang out of a nuclear weapon. More potent than we were in many respects, which is why we continually hosted the six-party talks in Beijing. One of the reasons, anyway. I think that whole thing has broken down now, and it's broken down with China and Russia also with regard to Iran becoming a nuclear power, because they understand, I think, that at heart, the only reason they're going to want this is a deterrent. They don't want to use it on anybody, but they want a deterrent. And the world has demonstrated to them, primarily through the DPRK experience, that if you get, and Gaddafi experience, he's dead now and his country's in turmoil. North Korea is, the dynasty is fine, and North Korea is, in their respect, fine. And it's all in their minds due to the possession of a nuclear weapon. I don't think they have any intent of using it. I really don't. And increasingly, the South has been being kind of talked out of its trajectory toward perhaps having one, partly by that. And there are talks going on between Pyongyang and Seoul. So I disagree there that they might find it convenient, even part of their survival, to have one in that still very dangerous region.
Yeah. I mean, that's I don't necessarily disagree with the good colonel, because you can come up with a very rational argument why they now say, hey, look, we've tried to play it the Western way, and they keep betraying us repeatedly, and so the only way we're going to have guaranteed safety is, we're going to have to build our own and let them know. But again, I come back to the whole nuclear issue. I call it a red herring, because let's assume that the nuclear issue is off the table. The West still wants to destroy the Islamic Republic. Yeah. So it doesn't matter what Iran does. This is because, remember, when we were backing Saddam in 1980, 81 through 88, and that whole war that was waged against Iran wasn't looking for a nuke back then. That nuke had nothing to do with it. We hate the concept of an Islamic Republic.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there.
I can confirm that there are
Israel. You got to think about Israel in this too. Netanyahu is just such a freaking maniac. I have no doubt that he would use a nuclear weapon, and I'm sure they feel the same way in Tehran.
Exactly, Larry. That's the main critical discussion right now in Tehran among the high-ranked people about what are they going to do with Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel if they decide to do something against Iran with nuclear weapons, if they decide to attack Iran each and every 2 months, each and every 6 months. What would be the response from Iran, and how they can reduce that sort of threat? Just remember what has happened so far with the war against Iran. They have destroyed many infrastructure in Iran. They killed many people, innocent people, civilians. They don't want to get back to this sort of situation they're in right now. That's the huge question on their part. What are we going to do with that?
And as I understand Brad Cooper's testimony to the Congress that wasn't necessarily open, we're planning on, if we do it, we're planning on being as destructive as several nuclear weapons would be on Iran in this next riposte if we execute it. So, I mean, you really have lots of incentive there. I wouldn't, as a military person in particular, but as a human being, I wouldn't blame them at all.
Mm-hmm. Here is, Larry, what Donald Trump said about the little cleanup that he has to do about Iran.
You ask for favors, you have to do favors in return. We don't need favors. We've wiped out their armed forces, essentially. We may have to do a little cleanup work because we had a little month-long ceasefire, I guess you'd call it, but we have a blockade that's so effective. That's why we did the ceasefire. We really did the ceasefire at the request of other nations.
Yeah. What does that mean? Literally, in Iran, they say there is no difference right now between the president of the United States and Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel.
Correct.
They're two merged into each other. They're basically the same sort of policies and the same sort of mindset.
Unless we see an order given throughout CENTCOM to start withdrawing assets from theater, then I assure you that the United States will renew an attack on Iran. And this next round, while the while Trump, again, in his delusion, we've destroyed their military capability. Well, if you have, then why isn't the Strait of Hormuz open? Huh? If you've really wiped it out, if all their ships are at the bottom of the sea, then what is there left to punch back with? And Trump, in one of his recent social posts, accusing anybody who suggests that Iran's missile force is largely intact is a traitor and guilty of treason. Mm-hmm. Just crazy talk. So Trump's going to have to learn the hard way. If he authorizes new strikes, which I believe he will, the Iranian retaliation will be far more devastating to the United States. Now, the wild card here is, what are Qatar and Saudi Arabia going to do? Because this will be what they call the nut cutting moment. Mm-hmm. That if they allow the United States to use their facilities, in Qatar it's Al Udeid. I mean, that is still the largest base throughout the Middle East. And then the Saudis with Prince Saud Air Base. I was just actually yesterday, one of my neighbors, he's a pilot, and I got talking to him, and he mentioned that his son was over in Saudi Arabia. I said, "What is he?" He goes, he's Air Force. He's flying KC-135s. And I went, Jesus, man. Yeah. So they don't have protection. He goes, I know. And he says, the only good news, he says, my son gets to come back next week for his wife is having their first child. And so he got leave to do that. I said, good. But all of our guys that are over there right now, they need to get the hell out, be pulled out. But the question remains, will the Saudis allow the United States to continue to conduct air operations? If the Saudis and Qataris shut that down, then that's going to make the United States pause. That's one of these other wild cards, that even though Trump wants to give the order, Admiral Cooper is going to have to come back and say, hey, boss, we don't have the access to Qatar and Saudi Arabia that we did before. And I guarantee you, if the Saudis and Qataris aren't on board, Kuwait's not going to stick its neck out. It's going to say, oh, yeah, and so all of a sudden the United States is going to be faced with not having the basis to launch the refueling aircraft. And understand that I think they're keeping like the F-35s farther to the west in Jordan at the Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base. So if they fly to, if they're going to fly to drop ordnance on Iran, the distance from al-Muwafaq Air Base to Riyadh is over 800 miles. Mm. The combat radius of an F-35, as I understand it, is like 550 miles. So that means they got to be refueled before they even get to a point in Riyadh where they could potentially launch a JASSM. A JASSM has a range of about 500 miles. So, and then they have to immediately turn around and get refueled again. So, I mean, this is what we're talking is if you're going, and the plan is for 500 targets. If you're going after 500 targets, you got 500 aircraft in the air, or at least more than 100 or 200. And if you got to do refueling for 200 aircraft, I mean, this thing gets enormously complex. So that's where, in a way, the Saudis and Qataris, I think they hold the key to whether or not the United States will actually be able to renew this offensive. They want to, but then you get down to the practical nuts and bolts of the logistics. Do they have the logistics that can actually support it?
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy.
There was an article in Haaretz the other day too, Nima, that was interesting from the point of view that newspaper was reporting it, but it was reporting it from a different angle than Larry was just discussing, which is an important angle militarily. It was saying the Israeli IDF, AF, is really angry with the United States because of all the space they're taking on their airfields.
Basically, in Ben Gurion, they have just a lot of C-130 and other airplanes in Ben Gurion Airport. And Larry, when it comes to Saudi Arabia, we have a report on Bloomberg reporting that during the recent war, the war between Iran and the United States, UAE leader MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed, personally called leaders of Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, proposing to form an Arab coalition against Iran, but every country refused. This report on Bloomberg.
Yeah.
How do you find that? We are two sort of arguments. On one side, we are hearing that Saudi Arabia was trying to convince the United States to continue the war. On the other hand, we are hearing from Saudi Arabia that this war has to end. We have to find other solution because our economy is just in a bad shape right now, and we cannot make money.
Yeah, well, that is the key thing to look at in terms of the disruption of the flow of those, 5 commodities I talked about earlier: oil, liquid natural gas, urea, helium, sulfur. When you look at the overall within the scope of the Gulf Arabs, the oil flow is most critical for the Saudis. They're sort of their major income stream is from the export of oil and the export of sulfur. For Qatar, their major income stream is from the liquid natural gas, the urea, and the helium. And they also pump some oil. Everybody else is also primarily dependent on oil that's getting exported, and so it's not getting exported, so they don't have the cash flow. So they are looking to get that whole process back in line, back on online, so that they do have some cash flow. And this is where the UAE is now in a bit of trouble, because before they still had Fujairah port, which was on the Gulf of Oman. So it was considered outside of the Strait of Hormuz, and was not easy for Iran to block it. Well, Iran blew it up. And now they don't have that anymore. So their cash flow is cut off. And this is, I feel like the voice crying in the wilderness with respect to the economic implications of the shutdown of this place. Now we're approaching 80 days.
Yep.
And it is the global impact on the shortages is significant. Just as an example, here in the United States, it was Shell and Mobil Oil informed Costco and Walmart. So the two big, these are big stores which sell cut rate items. They said, all that oil we give you or we sell you, that you put on your shelves for people to do their own oil change in their vehicles, we don't have anymore. So those shelves are now going to be empty. The Toyota issued a bulletin to its U.S. distributors that, hey, usually they use like 8-weight oil for oil change. They're now saying, well, you can use 16 weight or 20 weight because we don't have any more of the 8 weight, and the other is going to be scarce too. So this is, starting now to hit.
Watch out! I'm getting an oil change next week.
Yeah, get it while you can, my friend. Get it while you can. So this cascade effect is starting, and it is significant. And that's the problem is it's not until the full rage of this economic punch in the gut becomes so apparent that Trump is actually going to have to cave. And we saw Trump just before he got on the plane, when he was asked about the economic circumstances for Americans, he basically said, I don't care, not my problem. Well, it's going to become his problem. You watch. In fact, today, during this whole China trip, the stock market had soared up to over 50,000 again. It's dropped now about 500 points at the Dow Jones. It's down on the NASDAQ as well, and the S&P. It's so starting to fall. And the realities of the supply shortages are going to start hitting. They're hitting this week. It's going to be worse next week. It's going to be worse the week after.
Yeah. There is a report, Colonel, in the Financial Times. It says that if the Strait of Hormuz remains heavily disrupted into next month, the issue shifts from high prices to actual physical shortages. And this is the reality of Donald Trump. I don't know how is he gonna. He said that he rejected the Iranian proposal. Here is what he said about the Iranian proposal.
Questions around the China trip, but just first on Iran, have you rejected the latest proposal from Iran, or where does that stand?
Well, I looked at it, and if I don't like the first sentence, I just throw it away.
What was the first sentence?
An unacceptable sentence, because they fully agreed no nuclear, and if they have any nuclear of any form, I don't read the rest of it.
20 years.
I promise you, he didn't know what was the first sentence.
No, he didn't. He didn't know what was there. He lies through his teeth all the time. Back to Larry's point, I think we're already at now, today, a point of things not getting where they should be getting. You don't have to look out to the future for that to come. We're already at that point. And I certainly would say that about what the Iowa farmer told me. And their expectation is in both the diesel product that they need at a price that's affordable and the fertilizer that they need is a foregone conclusion for them. And they're desperately trying to figure out how to deal with that. The other thing I would say about that is you've got an enormous capacity here in Iran's remaining ballistic missiles, which Trump has sicked Patel on, the supposed whistleblowers that talk to the New York Times on both issues, both the fact they have missiles left and the fact that they have a robust supply of them along the Persian Gulf, and to go after these whistleblowers with a vengeance. At the same time that we're hearing from others in the farming community and the economic community in general, that, as we said, these ships that made port because they were able to get out of the strait and have offloaded their product have basically been consumed now in one way or another. Either they're up country, if you will, or they're consumed in the vicinity of the port or whatever. So there's nothing coming now, nothing whatsoever coming. Regardless of Trump's desire for his buddies to play the stock market and so forth, I think that's going to be taken out of the equation here very shortly, because the stock market is going to start plummeting, and it's going to keep plummeting. And then he's going to have to deal with that. The last thing I'd say about this economic situation is that we don't seem to understand that though we're flush with oil, we have plenty of oil, we have plenty of refining capacity. I'm not so sure it's so smoothly operating with regard to diesel, but we do have the capacity. Has really no relevance if what you're having happen to you is global. And other things than that product coming out of the Permian Basin, for example, and going somewhere to be refined and delivered for use is irrelevant to this stoppage of the global economy that's going to occur and impede you in so many other ways that you aren't even contemplating right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see anybody really working on this in the Treasury Department or anywhere else. And you've got other things brewing right now. Like, for example, the Cuban government just said, we're out, we're done, we're toast. If somebody doesn't help us, we're toast, we're finished as a society and as a country. I don't think they'd be saying that if it weren't true. So there are other things brewing. And to your point about the Saudis, I'll recount to you what Powell said once after Bandar had left. The Saudis will bet on two courses of action, maybe three or four, but two in particular, that are directly the opposite, until they perceive that one is going to overwhelm the other. Then they'll shift all of their bet. They'll shift all of their dough, all of their concern and everything to that option. So that's probably what they're doing right now with regard to which way are they going to go. And ultimately, I would say Donald Trump is ignorant of that. Donald Trump will go regardless the Saudi view, and he will reinforce whatever is the most negative aspect of Saudi reaction. Negative for the United States, which, as Larry intimated, might be you're not using a single asset. And oh, by the way, you're not using Al Udeid either, because we've talked to the Qataris and they're not going to let you use it. Yeah. So what do you do in that case if you're Bradley Cooper? My concern is Bradley Cooper will force his way in and execute anyway. That's my concern. And it wouldn't be hard to do. It really wouldn't be hard to do. The Saudis can stand there and interpose all the objections in the world and break out their National Guard and everything else. We'd still go ahead and execute. How you like that if you're coming home, you're a pilot, to a place where the host country might be ready to shoot you when you land? Yeah. But I'm not impressed with Bradley Cooper at all.
Yeah. Concur.
Larry, what do you make of the way that Benjamin Netanyahu announced that he was visiting UAE during the war in a secret sort of meeting with MBZ? And later on, we had UAE denying that meeting. And then Israel came out saying that it wasn't just only Benjamin Netanyahu, it was the head of Mossad, the head of, the IDF chief of staff, the head of Shin Bet. They were all together in that meeting with MBZ and his people.
Well, I'm going to use an obscure cultural reference and I'll explain it, but he's a malevolent Conrad Dobler. So in American football, there was this football player named Conrad Dobler. He was famous for being a dirty player. And he was also known for provoking fights between different people. Like, they'd be crouched down on the line and they'd say to the center, "Hey, did you hear what this guy said about your sister?" And so all of a sudden you get two guys fighting. That's Benjamin Netanyahu. He is out to stir the pot, to get other people to cause disruption within the Gulf Arabs as much as possible. Not to say that the United Arab Emirates not doing a good job on its own in that account. Yeah. But nonetheless, this was just deliberate malevolence on the part of Bibi, because he recognized they're in a tough situation. They're not doing well on the ground in Lebanon. Their ability to sustain air operations against the Lebanese, I think they're going to run up against some real limitations on that. And the tide is turned against them in the United States.
Yeah, that's not
Lebanon is
enough.
Just proving Hezbollah. I don't know if you saw the footages that Hezbollah is publishing. And it's just unbelievable the way they're hitting each and every port, every port that they have these IDF forces, Merkava tanks, batteries. I'm talking about the air defense system batteries, the forces. They're hitting everything with these FPV drones.
Yeah.
Let me quote this from Haaretz based on what you said just earlier. This is out of Haaretz yesterday. Abe Foxman's death marks the demise of the American Jewish establishment. That's where we are, I think, with Charlie Kirk's assassination and all that meant. We have eroded something I thought would probably persist for at least another decade or two, and maybe even get worse. We have eroded it dramatically. They do not have the influence in this country that they once had. I think Tom Massey's going to prove that in spades. But that's a huge development, a positive development as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
But, a dying elephant can thrash a lot of grass again, and the Jewish influence may be dying, but it can still thrash a lot of grass. And Donald Trump is grass that's thrashable.
Larry, do you think that Donald Trump, there are two options, let's put it this way. One of them is what Robert Kagan said about the situation with the war against Iran is not good. The only option for Donald Trump is just leaving the region, just letting it what it is. The second option is what the other neocons, hardcore neocons, are suggesting. We have to stay in the region. We have to continue this sort of fight, if it comes to the blockade or something like blockade, and these sort of attacks happening between the two sides. And at the same time, we have to prepare. We have to send a lot of weapons to Iranian people, and they have to do the heavy, lifting for us, and they just overthrowing the government. It's just amazing to me, this argument, how disconnected it is with the reality of what's going on today in Iran. But where does Donald Trump want to go?
Trump doesn't know where he wants to go. He's got to be told. I mean, he really doesn't. He doesn't have an escape plan. He's been given several exit ramps, and he's refused to take them so far. And that's still because he is so much under the control of the Zionist lobby. So, that's why I think he's caught. And you don't have anybody, the few voices around him that reportedly that have advised against us, he's ignoring. So, this is, unfortunately, there's, the two ways to learn. There's the easy way and the hard way, and he's going for the hard way.
Larry, is it right? I don't know. We've heard some sort of news about Tulsi Gabbard's office being raided by CIA.
Yeah, that wasn't true. She debunked that.
That wasn't true. No. Colonel, before wrapping up, do you have something to add?
I'm just sitting there pondering
the same question that I asked Larry about what would be the path forward for Donald Trump. Robert Kagan's sort of solution or the other party?
Well, the smart path, the wise path would be to call quits to this and tell Netanyahu to go stuff himself in whatever way he would do that. Just doing what I'm suggesting would probably do that sufficiently. And tell him if he uses a nuclear weapon, that we will bring every force in America down on his head and make sure that he is gone from the political scene, if not the world. Maybe even a little more threatening than that. But he won't do it. He won't do it. One, because he's being lied to, fiercely being lied to by a lot of people, including people like Brad Cooper. And two, because he's not that kind of person. He just can't do that. We're stuck with that. And I could say three, he's demented, and increasingly so. That's what we have right now. It's not a phenomenon that hadn't occurred in history before. You can point to all points in time, a lot of points in time where it occurred, particularly in the 20th century. But there's nothing we can do about it, really, unless the American people are really willing to take their republic back, and they've demonstrated repeatedly that they're not.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Carl and Larry, for being with us.
CEO.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, great to have you back on the show. Now, I want to get your take on the latest here, as I know that President Trump has made his grand entrance to Beijing for a highly anticipated two-day summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping. And Trump was joined on Air Force One by the CEOs of Tesla and NVIDIA, two of the 12 CEOs included in Trump's delegation. He seems to be signaling that he's ready to make a host of business deals on this trip. But how do you think that China is looking at this trip? And is there a bit of healthy skepticism here about what the U.S. or the Trump administration in particular is actually up to and how much they can be trusted.
Well, Washington Post actually reported on this as Trump going to China with gaggle of CEOs, hoping to open China. But China was always open. The problem was actually brought out by the Trump administration. For example, he brought out the CEO of NVIDIA, Jason Huang, and Macron, and also Qualcomm. All these companies were doing brisk business in China until Trump's first administration put the semiconductor chip ban on China. So they were the ones that were prevented by U.S. government from doing business in China. So what happened in the next 8 years or so was China has learned to decouple from the U.S. supply chain in the semiconductor industry. The original goal of chip sanction against China was to kill off Chinese semiconductor industry. But instead, the Chinese just learned to, make do without the U.S. components. Now, NVIDIA's market share in China has fallen to 0%, like Jensen Huang has claimed. How do you get back from that? This is now, this is typical Trump. He creates a problem and he said, okay, I'll take it off the table. I'm doing a big favor. I'll take it off the table. Now give me some rare earth. China don't play by that game. And the same thing with Boeing and GE. Boeing and GE CEO also going. The Chinese made passenger jet actually use American engine and a lot of components. And during the tariff war, Trump threatened to ban the sale of American engines to China. So again, these are all self-created problems. China never said we're not going to do business with United States. In fact, China was perfectly fine doing business with United States until Trump started the sanctions and then tariff war. And now he's trying to walk back on that. But really, China was forced to show him who is really the most powerful economy in the world. This is I don't know what they're going to be able to accomplish, to be honest. I think what China will do is they're going to announce some orders for Boeing airplane, and they're going to announce to repurchase some American soybeans. So Trump can trumpet these as a win. I did this for American farmers and for American workers. But I don't think they were going to have any substantial breakthroughs just because, this is Trump, man. How can you trust his words? This is the guy who creates chaos trying to do, as a hardball negotiation tactic. And this is also a guy who can change his mind within 24 hours in a tweet. So, China will be cautious doing deal with this guy. Just as Iran find out, Trump has repeatedly tore up agreement that he himself signed, like the JPC COA, the deal, the Iran nuclear deal. He tore that up during his first administration. So I think China always have the position that the door is always open, and Xi Jinping has said, the world is big enough for both United States and China. But at the end of the day, U.S. have to show they're credible, that their words can be trusted, and that still remain to be seen.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, it's ironic, exactly as you're noting there. It's like the first Trump administration needs to meet the second, because Trump is overreacting as though, we just wanted to do all of these business deals with China. Well, maybe you should go back and talk to yourself in the past, because that version of Trump certainly did not want to do any deals with China. And now that they're in a position where Beijing has put their foot down, especially when it comes to those refined rare earth minerals that we've all been watching and covering for months now, looking at the position that the U.S. is in, which is not a great one in this illegal war of aggression that they've waged against Iran. They were already low on munitions, already in a difficult spot. Now they've made it even worse for themselves. And they seem to be going to China going, hey, let's do some deals, work some things out. That way we can get prepared for our possible next attack on Iran or our pipe dream of a war on China. How much do you see rare earth minerals being in the conversation this time around? Is China likely to continue to keep a hard line there and kind of, as you were saying, going, hey, we'll buy some soybeans and you can call that a win?
Yeah, I think Trump administration, of course, they want China to lift its export control on rare earth. But at the same time, they are continue to level additional sanctions on China. They just placed 5 Chinese refiners under sanction for dealing in Iranian oil weeks before his China visit. Of course, again, I think this is his negotiation tactic, is say, okay, we can take away those sanctions if you give us rare earth. But why would China abide by that? So far, this hasn't really affected China's trade relationship with Iran, because as the reporting from New York Times pointed out, China actually, U.S. has also threatened, but they have not carried out, to sanction Chinese banks who facilitate the deal. That's really the crux of the deal, because the Iranian, they cannot sell their oil in dollars, because any U.S. dollar get deposited in any bank account is liable to be sanctioned by U.S. Treasury Department. So Iran sells oil in yuan to China, and the trade is facilitated by Chinese banks. So if United States go after Chinese banks, that will be a major escalation. That's like going nuclear in the financial terms. But the last thing Trump administration want to do is to tank the stock market, because they watch the stock market like a hawk. And before Trump headed over to China, he said, look at the stock market, it's at all-time high. So that's one risk they won't do. So in other words, the China-Iran oil trade will continue in RMB, and it will continue outside of the reach of the U.S. financial sanctions. So Trump doesn't really have a lot of cards at play here. He wants China to lift the rare earth export control, but what are you gonna give China for it? Now, like right now, the only thing he can give China is, I will not sanction your banks. I will not put more sanction on you. That's not acceptable. And like I said, China still have leverage. Right now, the Chinese export control on rare earth is mostly targeting U.S. military industrial complex, so they cannot replenish the weapons they have used up in the Iran war. But China is allowing rare earth shipment for U.S. manufacturing sector. Like all level of advanced manufacturing require rare earth. If China says, you know what, if you want to sanction our banks, fine. We will cut off rare earths completely. That will wipe out the U.S. car industry overnight, because there's a lot, they need the rare earth magnets to go into cars. So China still have a lot of leverage, whereas Trump doesn't really.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about this visit, right? As we're all kind of watching it play out and almost going, I'm not going to say I'm surprised that Trump is going, but he's in a really bad spot. I mean, even this idea that he's going to bring all of these CEOs and maybe get a couple of deals out of it and act as though he's turning over a new leaf. And apparently he has a brand new person added to the delegation, the new version of Marco Rubio, who back in 2020 was sanctioned by China because he decided that he was going to accuse them of committing genocide against the Uyghur minority population without presenting any evidence. Oh, but now we have Rubio going on the delegation, and Beijing has apparently had to alter the transliteration of his name in order for him to be allowed into the country. Okay, I know that this is not the most serious story, but I did want to mention it because does that kind of show us where we are now, right? Someone like Marco Rubio, he is so anti-China, and yet he's got to put on the, I guess, diplomat mask to make it look as if he's going to be friendly. Does that kind of sum up the entire Trump administration here?
Well, I mean, China is letting him in because you want to keep your friends closer, but you want to keep your friends close, but you want to keep your enemy closer. And Marco Rubio, after all, he is a Secretary of State. He is the U.S. top diplomat. So you want to keep the line of communication open. I mean, China could easily just say, okay, we'll waive the sanction. We'll take all the sanction off. But instead, they're going through the route of changing its name in Chinese. This is, I think that's intentional. Like they just like this is they just still want to rub it in. Like, hey, well, we still have sanction on you. we're letting you in as a favor. But yeah, I mean, like, again, China hold all the cards. Trump said going to China says, I hold all the cards, but it turns out all the cards are made in China. And this is just China reminding them of the fact.
Yeah, exactly. You look at Trump and you go, okay, buddy, you have fun with this trip, right? And it is notable too, because when it comes to the overall US war on Iran, I mean, it's no secret that one of their many goals is to hurt China, right? When you come out with a blockade of Iran's blockade, yeah, sure, you're hoping to strangle Iranian ports, but where is that Iranian oil going? Oh, to China. But the problem for the US is that China has prepared for literally this exact scenario, right? We've watched as they have been in a position of taking advantage of low oil prices in recent years to build up their strategic oil reserves. They've invested in renewable energy, right? They're not going to be hurt in the short term, let alone maybe in the long term as well. But now you have Trump still going to China. I mean, do you think that this will be something that is brought up when it comes to the conversation about Iran, that you're going to have President Xi in a place of going, hey, take a look at this energy blockade here? Or are they likely to be more diplomatic than maybe I would be if I were in that room?
Well, I think, Trump said publicly, oh, we don't need China's help for Iran. We got this. We got the blockade going. But then he said, we are going to talk about Iran. Obviously, United States, they want China to put pressure on Iran to come to the negotiation table, but more importantly, to agree to U.S. terms. And those are not the terms that Iran find acceptable. For China's part, China would like to see Strait of Hormuz open, and they would like to Iran to sit down with United States to negotiate a peace settlement, but they would not like Iran to accept the term of surrender from the United States. That's the last thing they want to see. So I think China will offer to help to facilitate kind of the diplomatic go-between between Iran, Pakistan, United States to facilitate, to continue the talk. But they will not do Washington's bidding to pressure Iran to accept U.S. terms. Those are two different things. China wants to see negotiation continue, but they don't want Iran to be forced to accept the terms that they find unacceptable. I mean, Iran has been very clear on what their terms for ending the conflict is U.S. must pay reparation, U.S. must lift all sanction against Iran, U.S. must get the F out of Middle East, so to make sure this does not happen again. But again, those are the terms that U.S. empire finds very hard to swallow, because that will mean complete defeat of U.S. empire in West Asia and then complete surrender. This is why Trump is trying to delay this, but it's really not up to Trump at this point. They have very low leverage to open the Strait of Hormuz themselves. This is why up to this trip, even Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent said they want China's help to open Strait of Hormuz. Yet at the same time, he slapped additional sanction against Chinese refineries. So that kind of tactic, a high pressure tactic, will not work against China. Like I said, China still have a lot of leverage. But I think one of the reasons Trump still decided to go ahead to go to China is for the photo ops, because for him, being a former reality TV show host, he knows all about importance of photo op and at least to project a image of strength, to his base. And that, because right now he is obviously not doing so well in Persian Gulf, so he's looking for another win. And this for him, I don't know if you notice on social media from channels like Fox News, they're replaying the reception that Trump is receiving at the Beijing airport. It's showing, okay, I am a world leader. look, like all these Chinese children are welcoming me with flowers. See how important I am. I mean, that's for Trump, that is very important, to inflate his own personal sense of ego and to to claim that he's actually doing something, but I think that will probably be the extent of this trip. China will give him some some quote unquote wins by giving him some soybean deal and maybe some Boeing airplane orders. But probably that's it.
Yeah, and it is important to note too, exactly as you're saying there, right? You're watching all of this play out, and it kind of reminds me of the Alaska summit between Trump and Putin, where it's like, yeah, these two world leaders are going to get together, they're going to shake hands, we can talk about how monumental this visit is, but at the same time, what actually came out of it? The war in Ukraine is still going on. Trump certainly didn't end it. In the same vein, he's also over here with the exact same problems. And he wants to act as though, oh, well, I'm just trying to get the Strait of Hormuz open by closing it for everybody. But the Strait of Hormuz is open for China, right? China's still getting shipments of Iranian oil. And on top of that, just 1 week ago, you had Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in Beijing. So when it comes to the relationship between China and Iran, I know that in recent weeks, especially with the war that we did see, the version of it, you had the mainstream media acting as though China and Russia had just kind of jumped ship and they were leaving Iran to fend for itself, not paying any attention to the fact that clearly Iran had this covered, right? Clearly they were in a position where they were able to hold their own. And while, yes, they have support from their allies, from Russia and from China, it was not as if they were desperately reaching out, trying to get literally any kind of aid. So when you look at the position that China is in its relationship with Iran, how do you see that, especially going into this meeting with Trump?
Well, the Chinese official statement has been very clear. They support Iran's safeguarding of its territorial integrity. And now what the New York Times are reporting that China may or may not have been supplying weapons to Iran. Again, they even admitted their intelligence is mixed, conflicted. They're not sure. But what China has been providing Iran, which upset United States, is U.S. is claiming China is providing the so-called dual-use items, which are chemicals, parts, engines that could be used to make drones and make missiles, which are Iran's main arsenal right now. But this is the same way China supported Russia during the war against Ukraine. China did not sell finished weapons to Russia, but China provided all the parts that Russia could use to build their own drones. China provided Russia with semiconductors. There's all these ridiculous articles from the Western media saying that the Russians have to go use scavenge in the used refrigerator for semiconductors. No, they can just buy it from China. and so that's how China supported Russia. The same way this is how China will support Iran. They sold Iran chemical precursors that's needed to build more missiles, and they allow Iran to use Chinese satellite intelligence for targeting of U.S. bases. But they will not directly, show more direct hands. This is just how China operates, and because China also wanted to show some sort of balance to the Gulf countries, which China do have a relationship with. So it's obvious China will not bend to the Washington pressure to cut off these ties to Iran, because China understand if Russia goes, if Iran goes, China will be the last target standing. Then United States will be able to concentrate all its resources on China. Why would China do that? So China would not let Iran fall. China would not let Russia failed. And this is why Iranian foreign minister have come to Beijing just before the Trump visit. And after Trump visit, Putin will be in Beijing to meet with Xi Jinping. And there's a certain level of coordination among China, Iran, and Russia to counter the U.S. running amok in the world right now. And regardless what Washington wants to do, these countries have their own core interests that they would like to defend.
Yeah, only the US would think, oh, we're going to trick China into helping us destroy all of their allies. So then we can clearly go after them, because the US is not hiding that. At the end of the day, they are desperate for war with China. But at the same time, they have no idea how in the world that's going to happen, because they need all of these parts for all of these weapons to come from China. And I'm glad that you bring up the New York Times article there, because I did think it was interesting.
Bring on the fun and bring home a new Honda, named 2025 Kelley Blue Book Best Performance Brand.
Vague, right? They claim that, oh, Chinese companies have been discussing arms sales with Iran, but then they cite anonymous US officials. Well, then I noticed that Reuters also has an article out reporting that senior US and Chinese officials agree that no country can be allowed to exact shipping tolls in the Strait of Hormuz, according to anonymous State Department officials. Now, the talks between the US and China have not even started at the time that this article was published. So what do you make of the fact that the media here in the US is trying to kind of get out in front of this claim that, oh, the US and China are on the same page? Beijing is also concerned about these shipping tolls. Meanwhile, it's like, well, China still is going to get what they need because they're friends with Iran. They're not the unfriendly country that the US is here. So how do you see the role that the media is playing?
Well, I mean, whenever it's an anonymous official, I just assume CIA because it's always some kind of US intelligence planted article in this in these media outlets. There's no there's no investigative journalism anymore in mainstream media. It's all access journalism, right? These stories are planted or leaked intentionally to the media to create some effect. And the effect, again, as you mentioned, is to mention there's some sort of united front between United States and China over the Iran issue, which is non-existent. And for China's part, China will probably nudge Iran to the negotiation table, because China would like to see negotiation rather than, China prefer jaw over war. But again, China is not going to pressure Iran to accept a terms of surrender issued by Trump. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's really up to Trump administration to come to face with reality and accept Iran's demands, Iran's very legitimate demands about respecting Iran's sovereignty, and just pay reparation, man. Like right now, the current war in the Persian Gulf costs United States $2 billion per day. That's billion with a B, and so far, it would have been far cheaper just pay reparation to Iran than let the war continue. But Rachel, if we do that, how is the military-industrial complex get paid? Because that is the whole point. Assange said this a long time ago. It's all these military buildup. It's not about winning war. They don't really care about winning Afghanistan. What they really care about is wash vast sum of money from tax bases of North America and Europe into the pocket of a small transnational security elite. And for that, Assange got put in solitary confinement because he spoke the truth. Unfortunately, the military-industrial complex and the big oil are the one who funds Trump. And, the big oils are also profiting from this. Shell just reported their first quarter earning. They doubled their profit from the last quarter. And the first quarter is only go from like January, February, and March. Right, so like their next quarter earning, the next quarterly earning report is going to be even more gangbusters. So they're doing great but everyone else is paying for the price.
Oh, absolutely. And that's exactly how they meant for it to be when they orchestrated all of this. They probably were just hoping for a bit more winning and maybe a little bit of regime change in there. They didn't get that part of it. Before we go, when it comes to your bingo card for this trip, I know we've got the Trump-Xi photo op. We've got a possible announcement about more soybean purchases, maybe some Boeing in there. We've also got the new version of Marco Rubio that I can't wait to see. I feel like we're going to get some sort of something out of him. What else are you going to be keeping an eye on when it comes to this visit?
They might discuss some kind of AI coordination. This is like a low-hanging fruit. I saw some talk generated before this trip. So the idea is now where the humans are pushing against the AI frontier, there need to be some kind of limitation to put in place, some agreed upon protocol to prevent some sort of artificial intelligence takeover, right? I mean, like, we don't want to be ruled by the thinking machines. I think that might be more realistic because this is something both sides could actually agree on. Again, this is something that Trump will tout as a win, a big win for him, and claim for Nobel Peace Prize afterwards. So I think those three, some agreed upon AI protocol, the purchasing of soybeans, Boeing purchase order. Now the interesting part will be NVIDIA, because Jensen Huang is one of the other person along with Elon Musk who wrote the Air Force One, and Jensen Huang is getting really anxious because, as he said, NVIDIA. His market share in China went to 0% because the latest DeepSeek version V4 was trained on Huawei's Ascend chips. So they are very anxious to get back into the Chinese market. Now, the question is, would the Chinese government allow that? Now, originally, this AI chip restriction was put on the United States, but the Trump administration recently reversed their decision and allowed NVIDIA to sell H200, which is not as powerful as their latest, Blackwell chips, to China. But China hasn't bite. Like China first said, no, we're not. None of the Chinese companies allowed to import them. But that looks like they might relax the rule a little bit to allow some H200 to be imported into the country, just as a gesture to Trump, because like right now the AI is only thing that's sustaining U.S. economic growth right now. If you take away all the AI investment, all the money that went in to build the data centers, the U.S. economy is basically in recession. But this AI bubble cannot last forever because all these data centers they built has not generated nearly amount of profit that they expected to justify hundreds of billions of dollars continually being plowed into it. This is why. Another reason Jensen Huang wanted to go to China to be able to sell more of these AI chips. So I don't think China will act as a last rescuer for the American AI bubble. These are my predictions.
Yeah, it'll certainly be interesting to see what happens because exactly as you said there, right? Trump is worried about the stock market, worried about, I'm sure, that AI bubble and what comes after this if the war in Iran keeps going, if we continue to see tensions all around. So I can definitely see how he's trying to make it look like, oh, it's all good with China, right? Let's go make lots of money when there is war, and more war ambitions under the surface. Certainly a lot at stake here all around. And I always appreciate you taking the time to join me to break down all of the latest here. Carl Zaw, a geopolitical analyst and host of the Silk and Steel podcast.
Freedom. Today is Friday, May 15, 2026. Professor Jeffrey Sachs joins us now. Professor Sachs, thank you very much for your time. I truly appreciate it. I know you're traveling. I truly appreciate your accommodating our schedules. Aside from diverting U.S. domestic attention from his disastrous war in Iran and the consequences, the economic consequences of it here in the U.S., what was President Trump's purpose in visiting President Xi in China?
I don't know exactly the purpose, but I would say the outcome was that there were 2 days of civil discussion between the two leaders. Nothing consequential was agreed or decided. But I personally think the civility was a good thing. So I wouldn't dismiss this as empty because there were no headline achievements. And I think there were not any headline achievements. The United States doesn't have any leverage over China. China wasn't asking for much from this meeting or expecting much. Nothing specific came out of it. But frankly, these days, when everything can go wrong, nothing went wrong in this meeting either. And the fact that the two sat for 2 days and talked, that there was indeed a lot of pageantry, which is what you would expect from China as a great host and a great civilization, that was fully on display. And the end result, as defined by the Chinese side, as this showing a constructive strategic stability, I think is perhaps good news for everybody. There was no dire clash. There was no attempt by either side to push the other to the cliff. Trump did not achieve anything at all specific. Specifically, I would say there were no grand announcements that we have heard about trade or economy or deals. There was no specific advance on any issue regarding the Iran war. There was no specific agreement on anything regarding tensions vis-a-vis Taiwan. Perhaps the most notable statement that I've seen come out of this is the statement by President Trump on the way out that he is still considering the arms sale to Taiwan. The Chinese side objects strenuously to the U.S. arming Taiwan. I personally think it's a very bad idea myself. And because of that, I welcome anything which says that the United States would reconsider what I think is not a sound and safe policy for Taiwan or for China or for the United States. But it shows actually President Trump not pushing the U.S. side, but rather perhaps acceding to the Chinese side on this very important issue. All in all, no specific accomplishments that I can see, but I am, on the whole, relieved of 2 days of civility.
This is very gracious of you, given the level of criticism that you and others on this show and I have hurled at the president over his foreign policy. Very gracious of you, Jeff, and I agree with you. Of course, I have to ask you, why did President Xi lecture President Trump on Taiwan at their first meeting before President Trump even had an opportunity to say, I'm happy to be here? Before he was permitted to utter a public word, President Xi lectured him on Taiwan. I guess that shows you the gravity of the Chinese concern about this.
Well, I have a specific theory about the world, which is that the major powers should stay clear of each other's red lines. I don't want wars between major powers. I don't want showdowns. I don't want the Chinese government or the Russian government building military bases in Canada or Mexico or Venezuela or Cuba or any other place. I don't want them in the neighborhood. And they don't want the United States in their neighborhood. This is the whole basis on which I and John Mearsheimer and so many.
Just going to mention Professor Mearsheimer's name. It's so nice to hear the two of you agree on this.
Absolutely. That why the whole idea of expanding NATO to Ukraine was absolutely reckless.
Right.
In my view, arming Taiwan is the same issue. One has to understand the issue of Taiwan from the Chinese side. And by the way, the path, in my view, to peace and to wisdom is to understand any issue from the side of the other side, not just from your own perspective. From the Chinese government's side, Taiwan is part of China, and arming Taiwan by the United States against Beijing's wishes would be akin, from the Chinese perspective, to China arming Missouri or arming Kansas against the wishes of Washington.
Right.
From China's point of view, this is just unimaginable. This then would get us into hours and hours of discussion, but I think the Chinese side is absolutely right on this personally.
Yeah.
Taiwan has been a part of the Qing dynasty, and it was recognized as part of the Republic of China after 1912, when the Qing dynasty ended and the Republic of China was formed. In 1943, at the Cairo Conference in the middle of World War II, when the United States and China and Britain were allies, they agreed that Taiwan and other places that had been taken by Japanese imperialism would be returned to China. So to my mind, this is what China's saying over the decades. And what President Xi did was, I would say, in a non-bombastic way,
yes,
but a very critical way. We are serious. This is not a debating point. This is our core red line. Do not interfere in our internal affairs. It's interesting for me, and I think it's a point that is essential from my understanding of how we should behave. The Russians said the same thing about NATO enlarging to their border.
Right.
In 2007, President Putin said, this is our red line. If we had shown prudence is an ancient concept of Greek and Latin virtue, which is to think and be careful. And if we had shown prudence, we would say, okay, we hear you. Let's not step over that tripwire. Let's not get into that minefield. But the United States in 2008 said, we don't care what the Russians say. Now, President Xi has said exactly the same thing regarding Taiwan. I want politicians in Washington to listen. This is not a game. This is not a video game. This is not a joke. This is China saying this for us is absolutely core to our security. And if the United States makes such representations to China and to Russia, I want them to be heard. And when China or Russia makes them, I want them to be heard in Washington. We have a lot of irresponsible members of Congress who many don't hold passports. Many don't know what they're talking about. Many perhaps host military companies in their district. Many are just blowhards and ignoramuses, but they don't want to listen because they have no responsibility. I thank President Trump, if the report is right, for saying he will reconsider this arms sale. It's a bad idea.
Yeah,
it is a tripwire, and we should stay clear of it.
We know of his political and financial ties to the military-industrial complex. I hope he's right when he says he'll reconsider it. In the same speech in which President Xi, again, we're early 2 days ago, before President Trump even got to speak, though he was there and he spoke right afterwards. President Xi, you mentioned an ancient principle. President Xi mentioned the Thucydides Trap, which is the fear that a rising power, China, would result in war from an already risen power, the United States. And of course, he condemned that very principle. But it's interesting that in the same, not the same breath, but the same speech, he said, stay out of Taiwan and don't even consider the Thucydides Trap. I'm smiling because you mentioned John Mearsheimer and you mentioned the idiocy of members of Congress. There's also idiocy on the part of American diplomats, like your fellow member of the Columbia faculty, Victoria Nuland, who instigated the coup in 2014 that overthrew President Viktor Yanukovych in Ukraine. Why am I mentioning this? Because
let's just say that
John is debating her. She's crazy enough to challenge John Mearsheimer to a debate in Toronto next Wednesday. I offered to moderate the debate, and her side said no.
Let's just say that she distributed cookies in the Maidan protests as if Russian or Chinese officials distributed cookies in the demonstrations in Washington. You know, something unimaginable.
Wow.
And she was caught on a phone line intercepted by the Russians talking about who the next government would be late in January, early in February 2014.
Right.
All of that said, we should behave responsibly so that we don't end up in these wars. That's the main issue.
But if we practiced real diplomacy, which you have been urging for as long as I have known you, diplomacy that was not practiced in the in the Biden administration, where then Secretary Blinken wasn't even permitted to speak to Foreign Minister Lavrov, diplomacy which is not practiced today when the president sends his son-in-law and his business partner, as opposed to serious, experienced, knowledgeable diplomats to do negotiating. If the U.S. practiced real diplomacy, wouldn't all the meetings between Trump and Xi have been choreographed? Wouldn't there have been agreements worked out in advance so that the purpose of their meetings is not to craft an agreement, but to ratify one already crafted? Because to me, none of that happened. Trump didn't even know who was greeting him on the tarmac at the bottom of the steps off of Air Force One.
You're absolutely right. This was not a prepared summit in any detail, and there were no substantive agreements. It's actually ironic and instructive and a bit sobering that when President Trump announced, and the Chinese have not announced anything yet, as far as I know on this, that China would buy 200 Boeing jets. What happened? Boeing stocks fell 4% because the number was, oh, that's all? What are we talking about? And a posse of billionaire business people accompanied Trump, and it doesn't seem like much came out of that either. This was not really a prepared meeting from all that we can gather.
I mean,
and as we've talked about,
Elon Musk sent out videos of himself sightseeing in Beijing, not meeting with his opposite numbers in their tech world.
As we've been discussing in recent weeks, our governmental processes are in a state of collapse. Not only our diplomacy, but almost everything about the government management is in a state of collapse. That's why we're in a war in Iran. It was not thought through. It was not thought through either strategically or tactically. It is, from every single indication, a war decided by one person by Trump without any idea of what was going to happen the second day. And we trapped ourselves in something that is very costly, very dangerous, and where it's not going to end on terms remotely close to any of the varied explanations or purposes, so-called, of this war, none of which were valid and none of which are going to be achieved. So we have a breakdown of process. Government is actually a serious institution. It requires serious meetings. It requires lots of planning, preparation, negotiation, diplomacy. A government that runs on Truth Social posts, many of which are head-scratchingly bizarre, dangerous, weird, distracting, is not government. So we have a serious long-term problem in the United States right now, very serious, which is that our politicians in the Congress are corrupted by special interests, and our executive branch doesn't work. We don't plan. We don't have diplomacy. We don't have interagency processes right now. We're at best flying blind if we're flying. Sometimes we're stuck on the tarmac. If I compare that with China, Chinese government and governance is extremely sophisticated. This may surprise people, but if you talk about one-person rule, that's actually the United States right now. If you talk about a complex process, that's China. China just announced its 15th plan, its 15th economic plan. I know many of the people that were involved in expert reviews and committees and deliberations and negotiations, some of China's top scholars and top experts. It was an extraordinarily detailed and deliberative process. We have nothing like this in the United States. China basically has put its head down and for more than 40 years stayed out of war and built a world-class economy and built by far the largest manufacturing sector in the world. And for all the people shouting, oh, they stole this, they did this unfair. No, what China did was invest heavily, year after year, invest systematically, plan ahead, make significant programs for long-term technological advancement. And it is paying off. It's paying off with the largest manufacturing sector, the most cost-effective manufacturing sector, the leader in electric vehicles, the leader across many, many key technologies, because they've been working hard at it and staying clear of war. And if the United States would stay clear of war, the trillions of dollars that we're wasting now in blowing up things and that are not helping the American people or the American economy,
right,
would be invested in long-term global competitiveness, peace, and well-being of the American people and the American workforce. So we should be doing serious long-term non-war planning and investment for civilian purposes. And it's for that fundamental reason why this summit basically went China's way, because China's now, by the correct measurement, that is at what's called purchasing power adjusted prices, an economy that's about 30% larger than America's now, and at the cutting edge of countless industrial activities. They've done it through investment and a long-term peaceful approach.
Very, very apt and appropriate summary, Professor Sachs. I want to switch to Israel, and I'd like you to watch this diatribe from Mike Huckabee, the Israeli ambassador to the United States, or so he sounds.
U.S. ambassador to Israel.
Right.
Yes.
On Tucker Carlson. Chris, cut
Yes.
number 6.
What he says is dangerous in the same way that when people throughout history have been demagogues and they have incited entire populations of people to hate others, and they base it on hating people without justification, without cause, and based on outright lies. This is a dangerous thing. And when you marginalize, let's say Jewish people are marginalized, whether they're white people, whatever you marginalize, and you dehumanize them, you make it easy to justify not just hatred, but violence and murder toward them. Where do we get a society where people think it would be okay to kill a Charlie Kirk or a Donald Trump? When you dehumanize them to the point you say, their views are so dangerous, we can't tolerate them, we must get rid of them. That's why I say it's not enough to just ignore Tucker Carlson. We need to confront him, and we need to correct him, and we need to let people know that many of the things that he's saying are demonstrably untrue.
Agree.
Society that
Oh my
demonized
God.
the Palestinian people. I can't believe he said that. I didn't realize what he was saying.
You just cannot make this stuff up. If there is dehumanization, literally calling people animals, it is how the Israeli government and a lot of the population, I'm sorry to say, views the Palestinians, whom they have just murdered in the tens of thousands and kill every day, men, women, children, and grab their land and torch their houses and refer to them as despicable subhuman beings. What is this guy? Where does this delusion come from?
Are you kidding
The
me?
vulgarity of it.
Yeah.
Frankly, you can't make this stuff up.
No, I
because
kiddingly
he's
referred
ambassador
to him as the
Oh, sorry.
U.S., as the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., because that's what he sounds like, as opposed to the U.S. Ambassador to Israel. Why the diatribe against Tucker Carlson? Because Tucker Carlson's interview of Huckabee exposed him for his monomaniacal prejudices against the Palestinian people.
That is exactly right. And not just against the Palestinian people, against the Arab world. Because what Huckabee said, and it was shocking how naive and how vulgar what he said was, that Israel, sure, it can go on to conquer Lebanon and Syria and part of Egypt, because Huckabee knows that the promised land goes from the river of Egypt to the Euphrates, as it says in the book of Genesis. And Huckabee, being a so-called Christian Zionist fundamentalist who reads words literally from ancient texts and then says, sure, go make war as you like, take property as you like, should not be holding any position of responsibility in our government, much less being ambassador to Israel. It is a disgrace that this man kept his job. And when he turns and accuses Tucker Carlson of precisely what Huckabee and his Israeli co-criminals are doing, and I say criminals because they are committing massive war crimes and crimes against humanity, it is shocking how blind this man is. He's supposedly a man of the scripture, and he should remember what Jesus said is, why do you see the mote in the other person's eye when you have a plank in your own eye? Well, Mr. Huckabee, you have a plank in your own eye, in both of them. You're not even seeing in front of you what Israel is doing to slaughter the people of the region.
Beautifully put, Professor Sachs. I know you have a busy day coming, as do we here. Thank you very much for your time. Deeply appreciated your analysis of China's extraordinary. We'll get it out so that everybody can hear it. Safe travel.
Thanks so much. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Of course. Coming up later today, as you
Rotten Tomatoes.
What's with them?
The Sheep Detectives. Rated PG. Now playing.
DJ, we're leaving.
Is my Old Spice in there?
I think I'm gonna stay.
Of salt, I suppose, because there is a lot that China. Last night on Fox News, President Trump sat down with Sean Hannity to explain to him how he has been trying to get the help of Xi Jinping from China to help him solve the problem in Iran. We'll see how successful that's going to be. And by the way, we're expecting Larry Johnson to join us anytime. We're having some technical difficulties. As soon as we get those resolved, he will join us. But first of all, let's get into what President Trump said last night as an indicator of how the visit in China went.
President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made. And he did offer, he said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because,
He did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him.
Well, obviously, there's a lot of relationship with them. There's a substantial. It's a geopolitical. It's an energy. It's a business issue with BRICS, et cetera. So there's a lot of them. And one has to wonder when President Trump says, or when Xi Jinping says to President Trump, sure, we're going to help you out. We'll do anything that we can. Well, that you got to take that with a grain of salt, I suppose, because there is a lot that China could do, but there doesn't seem to be a lot that China wants to do. The last thing China is going to do, and nobody should have any delusions that they are going to use their pressure and their influence over Iran to have an outcome that's beneficial to the United States, unless doing so is beneficial to China. And China is famous, not just Xi Jinping, but just Chinese leaders and culturally across the board are very famous for being pleasant to your face and saying things that in a polite way. And you have to be really careful to listen to the nuance and to the signaling, listen to subordinates, what are maybe being said at the second level and third level leaders, at the expertise level, to get a better idea of what's really meant there. But we heard from a lot of people everywhere, from Lyle Goldstein to a number of others that we have shown here on the channel, that the expectation was that nothing really big would come out of this meeting. It would be a lot of pomp and circumstances, and there was definitely a lot of that, but that no kind of concrete outcomes. And certainly, I don't think anybody expected that there would be any for sure results on the Iran war getting in from China. And that seems to be the way it's gone too. Now, for his part, Xi Jinping actually made a statement and you may have seen some of those videos from the time President Trump landed, and there's all these young people and kids in Chinese on the tarmac, and they've got American and Chinese flags and they're waving. So it's very, very friendly. Well, Xi Jinping picked up on that same theme and had this to say about cooperation with the United States and China.
The people of China and the United States are both great peoples. Achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can go hand in hand. We can help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars, while staying within budget and earning professional rewards. Right now, they could be giving you $500 in Navan rewards for onboarding your company. Finance teams love it too. Real-time spend tracking, automatic approvals, and seamless accounting integrations. Already using Visa or Amex? Keep your rewards. Navan just handles the reporting. Even group trips are easy. Invite your team, set dates, and let Navan do the work. Fix these today.
I'm all for that. I think that that's exactly what we should be doing. But the question is, who is going to be benefiting from this, and how does cooperation look like to the two sides? Now, if you're asking the American side, we have made China this combination of the boogeyman and also a necessary economic partner. And even though President Trump has, even going back to his first term in office, has complained over and over about the unfair China, they're taking advantage of us, they're stealing our technology, they're ripping us off, and the trade imbalance and all this kind of stuff. He also, though, has always had a lot of good things to say about Xi Jinping. It's almost like a split personality the way he talks about China. But then you see that he recognizes, President Trump does, that we cannot really have good economic relationships if we don't have some kind of a good relation with China, because however imbalanced the trade deficit is, it's also beneficial to the United States. We sell a considerable amount of products, and for the conduct of our economy, we get a great deal of information and supplies and goods and services that at reduced prices that help our economy. They, for good or ill, they have a lot of the manufacturing capability that allows us to produce items for the United States using the Chinese capabilities and then transit them over onto it. And a lot of that has the implications of being an upside down balance, but that's just the way we've chosen to do business. China is certainly well aware of this. They have to balance the needs of their country and this massive 1.4 billion people and keeping that economy going while also keeping good relations with the United States. Of course, all that also hinges on what's going to happen with the war in Iran, because it is very important to China to get this issue resolved, because they get a significant portion of their oil from Iran. Now, they have actually benefited from a lot of these sanctions that have been going on and the sanctions we've had on the oil, because that means that they can get Iranian oil at a discount. And if everything gets resolved there, and if the dueling blockades just get opened up, one would imagine then that that's going to put oil back at the national price. And especially if we can get this resolved short of restarting the war, that would be great. But that would be great for us and for many people in the Middle East. But then it's also going to be a problem for China, because now then they're not going to get this highly discounted oil anymore. Now it's going to cost them more to get the energy to have the economic performance. So that's something that the Chinese have to navigate very carefully. And one can imagine that they're not necessarily in a hurry to get this thing totally resolved. I think they definitely don't want the war to get resumed. They do want the oil to come through. But according to the Iranian side this morning, they said, listen, the Gulf is, from our perspective, our blockade is not a blockade per se. We'll allow things to go out. They just have to coordinate it with us. And we have seen that there has been some traffic going out for China. The United States has interdicted a number of ships coming through, reportedly. But I don't think that they have certainly not stopped any oil that's going to China so far. And I'm sure that was on the private agenda between the two sides. So then you can see that China would benefit from actually keeping things the way it is, because whatever oil is getting through, it's not in the quantities. I've actually seen the charts. It is a definite reduction in the amount of oil that's coming out, but it is still there. Probably for any other individual country, it's still more for China than it is for anybody else. But China has this, at least at the beginning of this, like a 1.5 billion barrel strategic petroleum reserve, which could take them, by just marginally getting into it for their country, they could easily go a year, possibly even more than that, if they diversify, if they get oil from other locations or other sources, and at a discounted price. So you can see that they're not in a hurry to do that. Now, that apparently is not sitting well with some Americans, especially those in the U.S. Senate, as Lindsey Graham pointed out.
Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious.
Okay, so I'm just going to walk you through the basic vision. It's a coming of age.
Xi could pick up the phone and end the Russian-Ukraine war. He could pick up the phone and end the Iran conflict if he chose to. Without China buying Iran oil, they would be out of business. The number one purchaser of Russian oil and gas propping up Putin is China. And my message to President Trump is that we have your back. And if China continues to do this, well, without paying a price for disrupting the world, then we'll have made a huge mistake.
You know, I honestly am having a hard time, even in Lindsey Graham-ish speak. What is he talking about if China stops disrupting the world? Because China didn't start the war in the Middle East. China didn't start the war in the Russia-Ukraine situation. Russia physically started that in February 2022, but we lit the fuse of that and started the process really going back even into the middle 1990s when we started expanding NATO. Then in 2008, when we said we're going to start, we would bring Georgia and Ukraine into NATO, the 2014 coup inside of Ukraine, and then the declaration just in the months before that, no, Ukraine is definitely coming into NATO and nobody tells us who, et cetera, all that. And then the war has continued on ever since then. China didn't do that. China didn't start that. China didn't start a war in Venezuela. They're not going to start a war in Cuba. They didn't start a war in Greenland. You see the common thread here, folks. It ain't China that's causing the disruption. It's another major power you may have heard of called the United States of America. That's a fact. That is a fact. That is not a supposition. It's not an opinion. It's just a mere looking at the spreadsheets of who started what, who did what. And China's sitting over there now. They're doing their best to benefit from it. And to the extent that they can help out or earn more Russian energy and at a discounted price as well, they're fine with that. So you see, they don't actually have any motivation to really get that off the table, because as long as it doesn't turn into really something nuclear. And by the way, we're going to have Scott Ritter on this afternoon at 2 p.m. and we're going to go into some depth on some of those late breaking things. Don't miss that. I promise you don't want to miss Scott Ritter on today. He's got some really interesting things that have to say about that, about where the Russia-Ukraine war is going. But for right now, especially for China's purposes, they're fine with that continuing to smolder, because it does two things for China. It continues to deplete our arsenals. It continues to keep us focused on Russia, not China. And it continues to allow China to have discounted Russian oil, discounted Ukrainian oil, and a market for their products in both places. So when President Trump is saying, yeah, that President Xi said he would help me out, don't believe any of that. Xi is not going to help him do anything. President Xi wants to have stable relations with the United States. That is certain, and that is good, and we should be glad about that. He doesn't want anything that's going to upset that apple cart anywhere. And so I'm sure he would be okay, because even though if both of those wars suddenly came to an end, and then the global energy system were to return to some amount of non-war normality, then the global price of oil would be paid by everybody. And so that would mean more for China, but then it would also mean more economic activity in the other countries, especially if sanctions got released on both Iran and Russia, because then that would increase their economies. It would increase their buying power so they could buy more Chinese products. So China would be fine if that war came to an end, if both of those wars came to an end. But they're focused on what's best for China right now, and they see that they can benefit from it. So they're not going to put a lot of capital into trying to push things one way or the other, when they will benefit one way or the other, however it goes along. So they want to maintain good relations with President Trump, i.e. you see all the flag waving, you see the pomp and circumstances, you see even Xi Jinping saying America first. Yay, we're all for that. That works good for everybody. We can all be winners, etc. So that's kind of the whole summit in a nutshell there. But Lindsey Graham never wants to leave things where they are. He's got to be talking more nonsense. And so here he says, listen, I'm just looking for China to be a normal country.
The bottom line here is I want a good relationship with China, but if President Trump doesn't make it clear to President Xi that your bad actions regarding Iran and Russia, fueling terrorism and a never-ending conflict, they need to change. And if they change, you'll be rewarded. Yeah. If they don't, you'll be punished. If we don't communicate that, then I think we'll have failed, quite frankly, to achieve the goal of this summit for me, which is to get China to be more normal.
Get China to be more normal. That sounds like a mafia deal. Hey, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how that comes across to anyone. And certainly anybody in China would see it like that. Look, he's saying, all I'm asking is that you to do everything that we want you to do, whether it's in your interest or not. So that's normal to Lindsey Graham. And that's why he is so disconnected from reality. That he's just a blowhard. And he's somebody that the camera loves because he says these outlandish things all the time. And he says stuff that people who are of this ilk that want to, especially the arrogance of many in the United States, that want to say, like, we are the top dog. It's still 1992. The Soviet Union, the Warsaw Pact is disintegrated. China is just this, third world country. They're a bit player, and we are the only global superpower. They never grew up. They never advanced in their brains beyond 1992. And they still think we can do anything that we want and everybody else will fall at our knees, even though that's self-evidently untrue and it's being graphically portrayed all over the place. Then stuff like the Venezuela thing happens like last year, to where it appears that it is still 1992. And see, we went in and just stole the leader of a country we didn't like, took their oil, and we're doing whatever we want with it. See, it is still 1992. There are little kids that you can bully around, and there still are. Cuba is apparently also on the chopping block to be sacrificial baby, to be beaten up by the bully. Apparently, there's actual plans already in place to take down their government if they don't willingly hand it over, like they attempted to do with Maduro, who didn't play ball, and now he's sitting in a jail in New York. So they see stuff like that, and then you see the damage that already had. What my boss at Defense Priorities, Ed King, calls catastrophic success. You think, oh, well, this worked here, so the same thing will work over here in Iran, and yeah, well, that didn't happen. And see, that's one of the real problems of the people who think like Lindsey Graham and who put him on television all the time and laud him, is that they are impervious to physical reality. And when what they have tried radically fails, well, then they got to blame somebody else. It's always somebody else's fault. It's always something else that went wrong, never anything that we did. And that's still the objective. And so you see, even though we have never been able to defeat Russia in the Ukraine war, 4.5 years, now rolling into the 5th, no matter how much stuff we gave away, how much stuff we sold, whatever, but we provided to the Ukrainian side, all they did is slow it down for a month or two. And again, we're going to talk some more about what's happened, but I'm talking about up to this point, 4 years and the three or 4 months, I guess, that we hadn't succeeded in defeating Russia. In fact, they're still quite stable. And in fact, in many regards, they're profoundly more powerful than they were before. But instead of recognizing that, going back to really the 2014 transfer of power that we gave to unseat a legally elected government and then put the place in the guy that we wanted, and then move NATO to the east, which helped set up the stage for 2024 or 2022, they don't recognize the failure. They just keep saying, no, that's somebody else's fault. And now then, you remember, it used to be, look, Putin can end this in a day. All he's got to do is just accept the terms that we said, and it could be over with. But he didn't. Now we've shifted over. Now it's Xi Jinping. All Xi Jinping has to do is pick up the phone, and he can end the Russia war with Ukraine. He can end the Iran war with us and Israel. That's all we're asking him to do, is be a normal country. And I think that in many respects, they are a normal, powerful country that is going to go after its interests as it sees them. And it's probably views with contempt thoughts like this. And when they see us literally falling apart, when they see our own economy starting to wobble, and a president who doesn't seem to be totally coherent with what's going on at any given moment, and has radically contradictory statements and behavior of like your old grandpa before he gets sent to the old folks home, something like that. They just view us with contempt and alarm, and they're going to hold us at a distance here, because they recognize that whether their grandpa is like that or not, he's still in control of the nuclear weapons. He's still in control of a very powerful armed forces that has global reach. He's also in charge of an economy that, for good or ill, is still either number one or number two, depending on your category in the world. And so you can't ignore that, because it's tied together to everything else. To everybody's economy is in one way or another tied together. And if the U.S. falls, everybody else is going to come down with it. No matter, even China, it can't help but have now a lot of negative impact. So they have to treat him like you saw with Xi Jinping, and saying, oh, yeah, America first. Let's work together. And President Trump, I suspect that what he's told Sean Hannity there in that opening segment we showed is probably accurate. I bet even in private, Xi Jinping probably did say, yes, we'll help you any way we can. We really will. I'm sure he was very sincere. You remember how many times has President Trump complained that when he's talking to Vladimir Putin, all these times since the second term here, he said he's always really nice with me on the phone. And then we see that the policies don't always follow afterwards because Putin has the same understanding as Xi Jinping. And he's going to react to it, President Trump personally that way to try and keep him stable without doing anything crazy and just try to outlast him. And I think that's what they're both doing to see who knows what's going to come next. But you can see pretty clearly that's what both of these major powers are doing, and that's how they're treating President Trump. Well, if Lindsey Graham is trying to get the help for President Trump to end the Iran war, especially, obviously he hasn't picked up that phone, even if he could, and it's debatable whether China has that kind of directory power inside Tehran. I think they have great influence. They certainly do. But I don't think they even have the capability to just tell Iran what to do any more than they can tell even North Korea what to do. They have influence, but they don't have directive capability. So that's where that is. So that's not going to, even what the influence they have, they're not going to do anything that's going to be our favor. So just forget about all that. Okay, so just move on to that. Now then, the operative question that is still on everybody's mind is now that this the Xi Jinping summit has now concluded, and as I understand, President Trump is either on the way back or is already back. I'm not sure, but that's in the past. So now everybody's looking back forward and back again to what's at front and center. What is he going to do about the Iran war? We still have the dueling blockades. We have Iran's effective blockade, which means they call, no, it's open. You just have to pay the tolls. And so far, not many people are willing to pay the toll. There have been a few, like I said, from China and a couple from elsewhere, but the majority are still just parked in the Gulf and just saying, we're not going anywhere because until we can get some assurances. I'm talking primarily the ship owners, but really even more so the insurance companies that insure them or aren't willing to until they can get some kind of assurances that they're not going to be paying hundreds of millions of dollars in damages if a ship goes down. So until that gets solved, nobody's going anywhere. So it's still an effective blockade by the Iranian side, whatever their foreign minister may say. And of course, on our side, we definitely have a blockade on the Iranian ports. So all that together is still there. Well, that clock is ticking because even though the price of oil, let me see what that is out here. It's right at $100 right now. So it's a little bit down today, but not much, just kind of within the normal variance. So it hasn't moved much. So it hasn't gone up to that 120 mark where it went before. It hasn't come down. It did very briefly, about 9% when it looked, President Trump made a claim that made it look like it was going to be a big drop. That didn't last long for somebody to make a couple of $1 billion who had advance notice of that. We're still keeping an eye on that. But then once it became real and understandable that, well, that wasn't anything real, it was just a manipulative market, and it went back up to around $100. Now, that's still not indicative of the fundamentals that are in the global energy market that is caused by these dueling blockades. And pretty soon, when the strategic petroleum reserves run out or it gets to some critical level that the countries stop putting their storage onto the open market, because remember, we've actually been exporting a lot of our strategic petroleum. It's ridiculous, but it has kept that number at around $100. So the issue is, how much longer can President Trump go before that strategic petroleum runs out? And according to Bloomberg and a couple of other experts that I've seen on the media, maybe 2, maybe 3 weeks. That's about it. So there's a near-term pressure on what is President Trump going to do. Now, on Larry Kudlow yesterday, former national security official Victoria Coates went on and thinks that, you know what, now's a good time to restart the war.
My heart's fine.
I'm only 40. Ignoring your heart health risk is no way to go through the world. Take Bayer's 2-minute assessment.
As soon as the Xi thing is over, I don't know that it'll happen during, they're going to go right back into the Operation Freedom and resume the combat operations. So you think he's going to wait? I think he's going to hit right away.
I agree. I think action is imminent. And what we have to keep an eye on, Larry, is the systematic failure of the Iranian economy. They can't recover from what's happening. You're just talking about the lights going off in Kharg Island. That's the least of their worries. Their currency is valueless. They haven't had a stock market since early March. There's really nothing to recover there. And that is going to happen. They have problems they can't solve.
And listen, you may have seen Simon Dixon was on our show talking about the finances and the political theater that's most of these statements. And man, does this ever fall into that category here? What is Victoria Coates even talking about? Why would you say, yes, let's go back into the military because they're suffering economically? So does she actually think this? The implication is here, although she didn't say it. The implication is, well, that's all we have to do is go back in and start bombing, and then that'll finish the job. That will cause their economy to implode. And then finally, the IRGC, the militias, the regular army, the political leaders, they will all just fold their hands and bow their heads and say, I'm so sorry, America. Okay, we give in, uncle. We're going to open the straits now. Everybody can just go ahead and go back out. I hope that you'll drop the blockade. Does she think that's going to happen? I mean, because if it is, she's incredibly ignorant, or she's outright lying. And I can't say which it is, but what I can say with absolute certainty is that nothing she said is accurate. She didn't even mention the fact that the first bomb you drop and the first thing you hit on Kharg Island or anywhere else is going to launch a retaliatory strike against GCC countries, against American military assets, apparently even against our warships in larger numbers that have been attacked so far, and of course, Israel. Apparently we care so much about Israel, but we're willing to take action that's going to get more Israelis killed. And it's not going to make any difference. We've had the reports from the CIA, we've had from the intelligence community, has been leaked just recently, that said both before the war and definitely now, it will take years with an S before the blockade would succumb them enough to where it even gets into the realm of possibility that you could knock them out. And if you're thinking, okay, well, we'll just accelerate that with the bombing campaign and pretend like they're not going to have any return fire, even that's not going to work, because we've seen what happens with Iran as well, because they have suffered through 8 years of substantial wars where hundreds of thousands of them were killed and in the millions that were wounded, and they never gave up. So I would say, why does she think it's going to happen now? And I don't think she does, because I don't think she's stupid at all, which means she's telling a story, i.e. she's lying. And why she would want that, though, why she would want to advocate something that is so catastrophic for our own interest, that will almost certainly get more Americans killed, shed more American blood, shed more Israeli blood, and still not solve the problem? And now cause an even greater problem, because now you have a systemic problem with the physical blockage of the production of oil well into the future. And even that process to get into the future fix wouldn't even start until the war still came to some kind of end. And it's not going to happen the way they're looking at here. So I don't know if that's just some people, certainly Larry Kudlow, Mark Levin, Lindsey Graham has been an advocate of this, Jack Keane, et cetera. And then an interesting addition here, I think this was yesterday, at testimony here, United States Energy Secretary Chris Wright said in a Senate testimony yesterday that Iran is frighteningly close to and a small number of weeks away from enriching uranium to weapons grade level. And I had to look at that again, and I was like, wait a minute, is this from like January, some Senate testimony from January? No, it's from Wednesday. And I'm like, what planet are these people living on? What planet is the U.S. Senate living on? What are you talking about? President Trump himself has repeatedly, now we've shown it on this channel since the war began, since the ceasefire began, has said that Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated 3 nuclear sites, and all of the material, the reprocessed material, the 60%, 400 some odd kilograms, is still all at the bottom of these sites under the rubble of the mountain. So he says. And we've got satellite imagery on them. If they start digging, we start bombing. Remember that? I think we showed you that just yesterday. So they're saying out loud that they have no access to it at all, much less the ability to reprocess it within weeks. So when he claims imminent threat, that's the exact same thing we said after the war started is, oh, well, that's the reason we actually started, because of an imminent threat. They were, weeks away from a nuclear bomb, which was physically impossible and remains physically impossible. And yet, here is Secretary Wright under oath saying that they have all this capacity here. To quote him again, they are frighteningly close to having a nuclear grade enriching uranium and a small number of weeks away from nuclear grade material. Yeah, and that is it's a lie. I mean, it's just categorically a lie, because the president of the United States and his cabinet secretary cannot say things that are polar opposite, that are mutually exclusive, and they both be true. It's physically impossible. But in this Orwellian world that we live in right now, it's normal. Man, Lindsey Graham wanted to talk about China being a normal country. Well, if normal is described as whatever is most common, not whether it's good or not, then I guess the new normal is an Orwellian America. And you're seeing it play out at the highest levels of our government. No, at least I wasn't able to watch that Senate testimony, so I don't know if anybody pushed back on it there. But it certainly didn't make the headlines, and nobody said anything about it and raised any alarm bells since then. The only thing I've seen the Senate do is vote again not to invoke the War Powers Act. I think it was defeated by one vote. Apparently, Senator Fetterman was again the one that cast the deciding vote against. So again, the Senate won't do anything that it wants to. It won't assert its constitutional responsibility, not just its authority. We live in an Orwellian world. I mean, it's hard to conclude anything besides that. But folks, that's where we are right now. And so what is going to happen when President Trump gets back to the White House? And again, they start, because the clock is ticking. The time is coming down, because if just taking inaction and not making a decision is making a decision. And pretty soon that price of oil that I showed you, it's right at $100. It just can't stay there. It just can't, because there's not enough on the global market. And it's not even so much a matter of the cost as it is about the ability to conduct economic activity. If you physically don't have it in the required volumes, then the only thing that is physically possible is for reduced economic activity to get down to the level of the oil that's available. It's that simple. It's a 1-to-1 direct correlation, very close to it. So if we go on an extended period of time and all these SPRs get exhausted, or people just say, all right, I'm not going to go any further than that, and then they stop doing that, then you have a near immediate spike in the price of oil, and it won't come down until those things are brought back into equilibrium and you get more supply. The production, the GDP production, will go to the highest level of the available supply, which means you're going to get demand destruction, in the sense that now then you can't drive as much because there's not as much gasoline at a price you can afford. And that's how they bring it into equilibrium. When the price goes up, then you start using less until the supply and the demand are back into equilibrium. And the only way that can happen is demand destruction.
What do you call strong cotton?
Strong cotton? Delta pine.
Delta pine.
Delta pine.
Strong cotton yields start with Delta Pine brand cotton, evaluated locally for top performance in every region.
Ultra Fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
And the only way demand destruction happens is if the amount of supply that's actually getting into the market is not masked by the SPR releases. And even that doesn't get all of it, which is why we went from, I think it was $65, $66 a barrel prior to the war starting to the current about $100, because we've already seen even releasing SPRs has only gotten a certain amount of it, of the difference taken care of, and the rest of that gap is having an impact economically. So that's already costing a lot of people. A lot of people are really unhappy at how much it costs to fill up a tank of gas, and that's now. Once this spike happens, folks, it's not going to be $5 a gallon. It's going to be $6, $7 a gallon. And that's just for gasoline. And then you talk about diesel, which is also very high. And then, of course, everything depends on diesel. Freight trains, these big 18-wheelers, ships at sea. I mean, everything that ships anything anywhere is primarily based on diesel. And so if the cost of moving anything around goes up, then that means, again, you're going to have demand destruction, which means limited economic activity, which means increase in the price of everything. So inflation's going to go up. Unemployment rates are going to go up because people aren't going to be able to buy as many things. So companies are going to have to start cutting back or go under. And this is just a building effect. And of course, one of the things I always go back to, which is critical, we had Mike Adams on here of the Health Ranger, and he has talked about this, that we were already at great risk of food insufficiency in many countries around this world. And there's already some that already, even if we do get the magic opening and everything goes back to its full ability right now, some areas of the world are already this fall going to be in danger of food insecurity and potential starvation. Every day that passes without resolution, though, increases that threat. And then the longer it goes even after that, and of course, this is just at the blockade stays, then the number of countries that are potentially affected by that starvation later this year and early next year will also start to grow. And if we listen to Victoria Coates, of course, then you're condemning, according to Mike Adams, potentially millions of people to starvation deaths, because you just can't make up for that. And of course, the weakest and the smallest countries are going to pay the biggest prices. All of this is predictable, and all of this is avoidable if we can just do the right thing and get this war over with by whatever means. This is why I continue to remain an advocate of President Trump just be himself and declare victory and say, oh, I destroyed their Navy, I destroyed their Air Force, and destroyed their whatever, all these manufacturing stuff, all these factories on the surface. Fine, you did that, walk away. Yeah, it'll take them 2 decades to rebuild everything. But if they do it again, we're going to come back. You can say whatever you want to say. Again, oh, well, they're under, all this material is under, so they won't get a nuclear weapon either. And if they start digging, we'll start bombing. All the stuff you need to say, just walk away, open the gates, and Iran, they're going to set it. They're going to have their toll booth. You can't undo that, because they're going to say, we need reparations, and this is how we're going to get it, because you're not going to give us any cash in the walkaway theory. But at least that gets the gates back open up, and that potentially saves the lives of other people around the world, and it keeps our economy from having a potential depression. I don't think we can avoid a recession at this point. I think that's baked in later this summer, early autumn. Seems pretty reasonable to me. But we can't avoid a depression. Everything gets down to what President Trump's going to do here in the coming days, really. Days or a couple of weeks. So something's going to have to break pretty quick, or these problems start getting baked in, and the price of oil is going to go skyrocketing, and we'll see what political implications that has. President Trump does his, quote, taco thing to where he changes and walks away and says something optimistic or so when certain indices, like the 10-year bond yield, get to a certain level, or when the price of oil gets to a certain level. I think it's around 120 seems to be his trigger mechanism. So we'll see if it gets back up to that or not. And then he makes another taco kind of movement. We'll see. But that's what he needs to end it, because you can only taco so many times. And like I said, when you get to the end of the SPRs and you can no longer mitigate, then even a quote taco, which means just a statement, is not going to be able to move the needle enough, because there's going to be physical insufficient quantity. So the clock is ticking. It is a narrow window where he has to make a decision, and we certainly hope that he makes the right one. All right, folks, that's all we got for you today.
There is nothing like Sewell service. Sewell service is by far superior.
In Chattanooga, Tennessee. Hey, Garland, check out the image in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh, well, look at this, would you?
So Robert Barnes is putting on this conference in 1st of August. And so he had AI make up all the different speakers as officers in the American Army back in 1776. Of course, as I told him, I said I had 28 ancestors that fought in that war, Now, they were all in the militia in various parts, but I thought, that looks better than I do.
I like that. I like that. Viva Fry's going to be there. Let's see the people that I know. But Mercoris and Christophero's going to be there, huh?
Yeah, the duo.
Wow. And where's that going to be?
In Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Oh man, I might have to look into getting tickets to go to that one.
You know that, pardon me, boys, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo?
Well, I got some friends that are big time cat fishermen. In Tennessee, big time catfishing. All the lakes and ponds and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and the rivers going through there. It's big. Tennessee's big time catfishing territory.
Yeah, you can catch fish there and eat them without worrying about poisoning yourself.
Yeah, about that. All right, let's get rolling. Here's something interesting that Larry has, and that is, and it's something you should think about. We all need to think about the 4 red line questions: China, the Taiwan question, democracy and human rights, path and political systems, China's development right. Let's talk about that. China sent a tough message to Trump. Did he understand it, Larry?
Yeah. So when you look at all the different signals, it's like, have you ever gone to visit somebody and when you show up at their house and they take you to your guest room, do they, we have a friend, she always makes towel animals, she has a way of pulling the animal, and that's on the bed, and there's some chocolates. That lets you know, man, they're expecting you. They're glad to see you. Trump didn't get any of the chocolates or the towel animals. So first of all, just before he left, the Chinese embassy issued those 4 red lines. Basically, don't come. We don't want to hear a damn thing from you about Taiwan, other than that you're going to keep your hands off of Taiwan. We don't want any lectures from you on human rights. We want you to recognize our government's okay. So they went down this list. These are, topics not to be addressed. And then on the front page of the China Daily, the lead headline was Sino-Tajik talks. So the president of Tajikistan was in China to talk with the Chinese. Now, what makes Tajikistan important is it is the railroad from China crosses Tajikistan before it gets into Iran. So Tajikistan is playing a critical part in that, if the new Silk Road. But where was the mention of the, there's the article. And then over on the sidebar, in the far right-hand column is this article talking about the challenges that she faces, but really not saying anything about, oh, by the way, Donald Trump's coming to town. You better watch out, nothing like that. And then the main the 2 main government websites are CCTV and Xinhuan. They didn't have not one word about the summit, not one word, or the meeting, which is, so it's China's way of saying, we don't care, or you're not as important. But the real message came when Trump arrived at the airport. He was greeted by like the vice president, the deputy premier, and the White House was arguing, oh man, this is normal protocol. Nope. Last time Putin visited, she was there to greet Putin at the airport, and people said, no, that didn't happen. Well, they got the photographs of it, for God's sake. So China was being very, they're basically sending a message to Trump. You're welcome. We're not going to be impolite to you, at least, not yet, until you make a horse's ass of yourself. We will be polite, but you are second class. You're not top class. You're not on our level. You don't deserve all of the, the chocolates and the tallow animals. So that's how the summit started. And, Trump and company play along like, oh yeah, they were really happy to see us. Yeah. They're happy to see you, just like you're happy to see your proctologist for a colonoscopy. Okay.
Let's talk about each ones. The Taiwan issue. Your thoughts on that? What's going on with that, and what they mean, what they say they mean with the red line, and where the U.S. stands on it?
Well, the United States is talking about selling some major weapons packages to Taiwan, including Patriot missile batteries. Oh, PAC-3s. But
they should work well.
Yeah, the United States, though, we're selling them something we don't have. Okay. Hey, we'll sell you this and just, give us some of that $1 billion up front, multiple $1 billion, and we'll get it to you when? Oh, a few years from now. And they're not giving any specific delivery date. Why? Because in order to make those PAC-3 missiles, they have to get the rare earth minerals from China. And so here's China, the Chinese are looking at the Americans going, let me see if I got this straight. You want us to sell you rare earth minerals so that you're going to use those to make Tomahawk, JASSMs, PAC-3, and THAAD interceptors that in turn you're going to use against us in a couple of years, maybe, right? And Trump, yeah, that's it. And China goes, oh, yeah, such a deal, man. We can't wait to do that. Why don't we just cut our wrists while we're at it, commit suicide? So that's one problem with it, but it's still the United States trying to meddle in that way to arm Taiwan. It is the agreement with China from started in 72, but it really was finalized in 77 under Gerald Ford, was that, under 75 under Ford, because 77 was Jimmy Carter, was that the United States recognizes Taiwan as part of China, not as an independent nation, but as part of China. And that's where, China's position has been. It hasn't changed in 50 plus years. We're the ones that started trying to change the terms of that debate. And, you get Americans sit around pontificating all day long about, oh, China's bad. China's an authoritarian. Hey, fix your own goddamn country first before you go out worrying about other people. Okay. It's just, I am just thoroughly fed up with these American elites that feel that it is their job to go out and criticize other countries that have, they've got problems. Yeah, they do things I don't like. But you know what? My country is doing the same damn stuff. I want us to stop. And you get an insight into this. Tucker Carlson had a great debate with Kevin O'Leary, who's out building one of these AI centers. And Tucker's basic point was this, that for all of these billionaires and multi-billionaires that are going to governments, local and state governments, wanting to get tax breaks to build these billion-dollar centers where they're going to make money off of it ultimately. And they're saying, yeah, we'll let some of your people, we'll get a few thousand jobs out of this for your local community. But it's still, the bottom line is it's government-directed income to billionaires. The average people lose out. And yet we keep with this pretense, oh, we're the capitalist society. Those Chinese, they're not capitalist. Meanwhile, go and look at what China has built on the high-speed railroads. We can't build one. I saw this picture of this bridge the other day. It was like a three-dimensional glass bridge over an 800-foot chasm, and it was like part of it went up and part of it goes down. I mean, it was beautiful. It was a magnificent piece of architecture, and I'm looking at that going, how the hell did they build that? But they built it, and so here's China building physical wonders, and so we complain, say, oh, but we're better. We got more freedom than they do. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, we've seen how that works compared to like England. Yeah, we're more free than the UK. Okay. But you get locked up over there. So the bottom line out of all of this is the United States has this built-in prejudice against the Chinese. And we continue with this paternalistic, racist nonsense that they're not really as good as us, or the only way they got to do what they do, they've been stealing it all along. They're stealing from us because we got all the best ideas. We've got the best economy. We got and meanwhile, the report comes out yesterday about reading comprehension in the United States. It's declined over the last 5 years. Declined. So, God, we're so busy celebrating our mediocrity that when we are confronted, and we look at somebody like China, well, they're out trying to steal our technology. Oh, and we're not? We're not. So on this red line with respect to Taiwan, the United States can pretend all at once, but China's made it clear. Taiwan belongs to us. It's part of our territory. In the same way that if China wanted to lay claim to Hawaii or Russia wanted to lay claim to Alaska, we'd say, sorry, belongs to us. And, we're not going to give that up. So, but we still maintain this fiction that China's going to invade. They're going to conquer it militarily. Not going to happen. China won't need to conquer it militarily. They'll reach a point where the citizens of Taiwan will realize, you know what? The leading economic power in the world is China, not the United States. And you know what? We're going to go with China, not the United States.
Well, the other part of it, Larry, is I'm reading, these people are fools, these neocons. They're saying, yes, we've got to get our weapons together because we don't have enough weapons to fight China, and that this foray into the Middle East has stopped us. We could have used those against China. And I'm like, that's like me losing to like a Golden Gloves boxer. So like an amateur boxer losing to them and saying, well, if I shouldn't have fought him because I needed to be in shape so I can fight the champion.
Yeah.
If you can't beat a junior high school team, you sure can't beat the San Francisco 49ers, a professional team.
Right.
So the idea that we literally lost within a week, that war was over, that we lost to Iran, but we should have said that because we could go to China. It's still absurd. That hope and dream is over. Aircraft carriers are a thing of the past. Forget it. You're wasting your money on those. Our air defense systems, they don't work. Everybody has the Houthis have hypersonic missiles and we don't. So at this point, what are we talking about fighting China or defending Taiwan for?
Yeah. So in fact, China has, I looked it up the other day, they have 4 different variants of hypersonic missiles, 4 distinct types, as does Russia. The United States has reportedly fielded one called the Dark Eagle, but it is, it's at least 5 times more expensive, 5 to 6 times more expensive than what the Russians field, and it doesn't travel as fast as the Russian or Chinese models. So again, the United States taking pride in being mediocre, and your sports analogy with boxing, exactly right. We stepped in the ring last March with the Houthis. That was so they're the high school team or the high school boxer. The teenager just barely out, and they fought us to a draw. They didn't have a navy. They had mobile missile launchers. That's it. They fought us to a draw to the point that we had to withdraw from the Red Sea. Then this time we go up against, as you said, Iran. You call them a Golden Gloves champ, and we pretend that we're this Super Bowl victors. But you know what? We failed to defeat them, and it is in the process now. Iran is stronger. They're stronger militarily than they were at the outset of this. And we can't wrap our minds around that. And listening to guys like Hegseth, I mean, the man's become a joke. He is his incompetence and his arrogance. When the finally gets blown up and Trump finally comes to the recognition that he's been lied to, but Trump facilitated those lies, but he's not going to accept responsibility for it. But that Hegseth will will walk the plank and be forced off the good ship Donald Trump.
Yeah, mentioning something that you mentioned, Tucker Carlson. So apparently Sebastian Gorka, a guy who wasn't even born in the U.S. now, is saying that Tucker Carlson is some kind of a foreign agent and he should be investigated. A guy who supported Donald Trump, when he was being attacked all over the place, a guy that was always there for Trump, a guy that made excuses for Donald Trump, did everything he could to try to help him get elected. And now Trump is elected. I mean, to me, one of the worst things you can do, a person, loyalty is important to your friends. And now all of a sudden, Gorka and these other clowns, many of them who, Rubio, people who were stabbing Donald Trump in the back every chance they got. And now they're Donald Trump's inner circle, and they're going after Tucker Carlson and people that supported him.
Yeah. Well, he didn't just say, he accused him of being a domestic terrorist. Now, Gorka ought to be fired, and Tucker ought to sue him for defamation. To label an American who's a patriot, who dares to exercise his constitutional rights by this clown who's not a native-born American, who's a friggin' foreigner, and he comes in with this kind of crap. So, you know, Gorka's been, he is, the guy's a fraud, in my view. I mean, he claims himself to be some big counterterrorism expert. He is not. His expertise is limited, and he's never really held any significant clearances. And his understanding of U.S. military capabilities and intelligence operations, extremely limited. But you know, nonetheless, he's been given a platform. You know, Donald Trump has given him a platform and allowed him to stick around. It's shameful.
Look, if there's anybody that I don't trust, Tucker Carlson I trust. Gorka I don't trust. I mean, you remember he got some heat a while back for belonging to some Nazi group, which I suspect he's a very, very strong Ukraine supporter. He's been there are people in more than one instance who have had credible arguments that Sebastian Gorka was up to no good. I'll just say that. I used to see him all the time at Fox. He was there all the time. John Bolton, what's his name, Dean. I used to see those guys all the time. Every time I went in, they were sitting in the green room at Fox. They all looked at me with this mean look. And I just looked at him back and kept on going about my business. Yeah. But I don't trust him. Gorka, I don't trust him. And if he ever gets the chance, if the system decides we're going to scapegoat Trump and crush him, Gorka will be at the front of the line to take him out.
Yeah, it is. The likes of Gorka and this kind of demonization of people like Tucker is another sign of just the kind of trouble the United States is in. That this is even allowed or tolerated. So it is, and it's too bad that Trump is so out of touch that he allows this to go on, and you know these guys ultimately, karma will kick in, and Gorka will be out, and he'll be scrambling about trying to find a way to remain relevant when he is no longer relevant.
You know what's interesting, and that is one of their things is China's development right. Okay, the U.S. is saying, yes, we've got to. I mean, there's a great irony here and contradiction. So the U.S. says we've got to contain the growth of China. Literally, that's like a policy to contain the growth of China. Yet we're going over there, asking them to buy our planes, asking them to buy our soybeans, asking them to buy our treasury notes. So we're like, you're not allowed to grow your economy, but since you're already big, could you spare a couple bucks for a fellow American who's down on his own? You're there begging for money like a hobo. At the same time, you're saying the guy that you're begging for money from, at the same time, you're saying we've got to stop their growth. Well, then who the hell will we have to beg for money then?
Yeah, it's fascinating if you listen to what I'll put quotations around it, American experts on China as they talk. And they always insist that China's economy is running on fumes. The Chinese they've lent all this money to buildings that are empty. Oh boy, their economy is just in trouble. So when I raised one issue, I said, well, let's look at the debt to GDP ratio. China's debt, federal government debt, is about 22% debt to GDP. The United States is 122%, dramatic. But then they insist that, well, China has a different way of keeping score. But even when you bring in all of China's debts, the small businesses and personal Dad, still the United States is far more leveraged than China. So then you say, okay, but they say the real strength of the United States is two things: the petrodollar, that as long as countries are buying oil with dollars, the United States is safe because it's the reserve currency. Everybody's got to have it. And secondly, the United States is the safe haven. If things are looking rough in the world, where do you want your money to go? United States. So those have been the two working assumptions that have kept the United States afloat. Problem with it is, with respect to the petrodollar, the number of people relying upon the paying for oil or other commodities with U.S. dollars, that is declining. It's at a 40-year low. I forget. I have the statistic in my article. And like right now, Iran says, okay, you're going to pay the fee to get out of the Persian Gulf. You're going to pay in reals or yuan, your choice. Meanwhile, Russia has started taking payments for oil in yuan, not dollars. China similarly, and then buying soybeans from Brazil with yuan, not dollars. So you're seeing a decided shift away from that, where the demand for the U.S. dollar is starting to decline. And then because of the enormous debt that the United States is running up, you're finding that this reputation for being a safe haven, that's also going away. So, and then right now, previously, although it was Iran initially closed the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has signaled it's ready to open it up and allow at least certain ships through, provided they meet Iran's conditions. The one who's blockading it by virtue of threatening to shoot ships is the United States. So now the United States, Trump has made the United States the bad guy in the world with respect to the shortages that are coming up out of the Persian Gulf.
Critics and audiences everywhere are falling head over hooves for the Sheep Detectives.
He's talking about you.
And now it's certified fresh and verified hot on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah! What's with them?
The Sheep Detectives. Rated PG. Now playing.
That's the thing. Trump says, yes, the Chinese agree that the Persian Gulf should be open.
Mm-hmm.
It was open until you stuck your stupid face in the middle of it. And number two, you're supposedly doing a blockade, which is not real, which is a fake blockade, whatever the case may be. It seems like a symbolic blockade to me, but you're gumming the works up. You created this entire problem, and then you go and say, the Chinese agree with us that it should be open, not with those bad Iranian people. Do they really hear themselves?
No, they don't. And then that's, we end up demonizing Iran the same way we've demonized Russia, the same way we demonized China. We just flat out lie about it instead of acknowledging that, a lot of what we've been told about the past, about history, about how these things evolved, have been lies. They've been deliberate falsehoods. So it's incumbent upon Americans to educate themselves about what the nature of our, has Iran, for example. Have they been attacking their neighbors over the last 46 years? The answer is no. In fact, they didn't start attacking Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait until the United States used those Gulf Arab nations as launching platforms for the attacks on February 28th. So that's where this all started. And now Iran is reacting, and so they're defending themselves. So all of this is, it's really. The United States is basing a policy on lies and deceptions.
And it's bad enough for me to lie to you. What's really bad is when I start lying to myself. That's when you got problems. You know what I mean? You lie to outside people, but when you start lying to yourself, and when I hear Marco Rubio, a guy who couldn't tell the truth if you waterboarded him, right?
Yeah.
And I listened to Rubio saying things about Iran. We've sunk all of their, just parroting whatever. Iran is in terrible. Their economy is ready to crash. And okay, I don't know why you're saying that. Number one,
excuse me.
I guess you're trying to propagandize the American people, but even then, it's not going to do you any good. The American people in the next several weeks, when they're paying $7 or $8 for a gallon for gas that they can't get because the station's closed, and then a buddy of mine, there's this place that sells a Peruvian chicken or whatever. They cook it on these wood things.
Yeah.
It's really, okay. So my buddy loves that. Hadn't good for. So me and my buddy, we stop in there, we run in there. He says, "Oh man, I'm getting there." He looks up, a 3-piece Peruvian chicken, a thigh and 2 drums with 2 sides, $15. It used to be $7.99. It's $15 now. And he's like, "Holy crap!" He says, I used to get these every day for lunch. He says where he worked or whatever, there was one of these places around the corner. And every day, his lunch is right around the corner. Man, that was the highlight of my day, getting my Peruvian chicken. He says, but I couldn't spend $15 a day on lunch for this. And what people don't realize is that's the price of diesel fuel that's running up the prices of your 3-piece chicken.
Right. Yeah, it is. I've seen that. I tell the story, but I feed my dogs raw food.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, in fact, the female, she was gaining weight. We fed her a little bit of kibble, but the kibble, man, was putting weight on her. And so we've gone strict raw food, and she's already lost weight. Her mobility's improved. So you can actually tell that it has a genuine difference on their health. Anyway, the point is, I started buying a 5-pound log of hamburger meat at BJ's, and last last September I was paying $14.50 for that 5-pound log. Now it was $21.50 last time I went to the store last week. So that's about 50% increase. So
I used to get these salmon burgers at Costco, right? I love them. Put them on a grill or what have you. One of my favorites. They were $11.99. They're like $20 now.
Yeah.
So, but they tell us 7%. How do you double the price of things and tell us it's 7%?
Yeah. No, it's just what we're looking at here is the price explosion is just beginning. So I got a note from a friend, one of the readers of my blog, but he sent me information. So that Shell and Mobil Oil notified Costco and Walmart that, when you go to the automotive aisle and they got all the different oils that you can do your own oil changes with, they said, we don't have any more to send you. So your shelves are going to be empty starting next week.
Wow.
Yeah. Then Mosaic Mining Company. So they are they're just up the road from me. At least one of their mines. They mine gypsum, phosphates, and to process that, to turn it into fertilizers. The phosphates that go into the fertilizers, it has to be processed using sulfur.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Persian Gulf's a major supplier of sulfur. Well, lo and behold, the price has gone up, and as a result of the price, Mosaic reported their earnings. Let's see, today was it Monday? They reported their first quarter earnings. They lost $373 million. So the shortages, the five major commodities are oil, liquid natural gas, helium, sulfur, and urea. And all of those are important ingredients into a variety of products, including things like computer chips. So right away, when you reduce the supply by at least 20%, and sometimes in excess of 35%, there is no alternative to it. And so once that, you have to factor that in. You got to start paying more to get what you previously paid much less for, and then that increases the cost of whatever it is you're producing, and so it just cascades down the line. And that's what Trump. You saw Trump's famous comment before he got on the plane. They asked about what about the impact on the American people? I don't care. He said, I don't care. He doesn't care about the financial situation of the American people. I tell you what, that's going to age like cow manure in the sunshine.
Larry, from a political perspective, the United States, in my opinion, is in a political crisis, the worst I've seen in my life. There's a political crisis here because after 4 years of Biden, let's face it, it was to say they were a disaster was unbelievable. Everything about the Biden administration was absolutely putrid. So Trump comes along and says, they're doing all of this crazy stuff. And people are like, there were a lot of people, I know people, who didn't even like Donald Trump. They hated the Biden administration so bad. They said, you know what? He's saying some things I like. I'm going to try this guy, and voted for him. And he's doing the opposite. He said America first. How is America first saying, hey, there's something going over in the Middle East. What do you think, about it, the way it affects everyday Americans? I really don't care. That's the opposite of America first. And I think we're in a political crisis where the Democrats are like, yes, oh boy, Trump's done so bad, we'll just come and step in. Well, you already know if the Democrats come in next January, the first thing they'll do is they'll attack Trump for not supporting Ukraine. We've got to, this is the area, we got to get weapons to Ukraine. We got to throw long distance missiles at Moscow. They're insane. And this is a terrible political crisis that America finds itself in.
Yeah, watching the media coverage right now of Ukraine, God, they're lying their asses off. It's really astonishing. Well, it's not astonishing, but it's telling that they insist that, Russia's stalled, Russia's not capturing any territory, both demonstrably false. Russia's suffering massive losses. Not a word mentioned about, and that's not true either. But without a mention of the actual losses that Ukraine is suffering and is demonstrable over the last now 1.5 years, particularly. The self-delusion, this lying to ourselves, and the systems that are in place that are supposed to provide checks and balances, they're not working. So, for example, I've been checking the price of gas. The gas here shot up to $4.08. It's now down about 8 cents or 10 cents in a week. How did that happen? That's because Trump opened the strategic oil reserve without announcing it in order to try to boost the domestic supply of oil to bring the price down. But what they don't tell you is that is just a temporary measure because the actual supply shortage is growing, not diminishing. It is growing globally. So instead of the market accurately telling you, yeah, you know what, we got a problem, and this problem is going to get worse. Instead, they try to manipulate. It's not as bad. This is just temporary. It is not temporary. We are in uncharted waters historically. Never in the history of modern industry based upon fossil fuels have we had a system like this with a shortage of this size and the effect it's having globally. Even right now in the agriculture sector, the number of fields being planted, the acreage devoted to wheat, to corn, to soybeans is falling. It's not increasing. Part of that is they don't have the fertilizer to do it, or the fertilizer is too costly. So we're going to see reduced food stocks within a year. You see it now. They didn't get the planted, so it's going to be short 5-6 months from now. But everyone's pretending, no, that's not the case.
Well, and the other part of it is this. What does scarcity create in the market? It creates higher prices. So there will be less food, which means that you'll be paying, $15, $20 for bread. That, there's a number of ways that you can have hyperinflation. One of them has to do with the currency itself. The other has to do with the things you buy with the currency. And if the things that you buy with the currency dramatically increase, effectively you have hyperinflation. That's what they're pretending like. Well, the dollar has to crash in order to have hyperinflation. That's the demand side. We forget there is a supply side. If the supply is scarce, then effectively you have hyperinflation for the same reason, because you can't buy things with those dollars. And what's even worse, on the supply side, you now talk about availability. And even if you got the money, you can't buy it.
Yeah, it is. I have lived for, 15 months in Argentina from basically January 1st of 84 until end of January 85. Okay, for 13 months. And during that time, Argentina was experiencing hyperinflation, 1,000% annual inflation.
Woo!
Unbelievable. I mean, you'd go to the store, you'd go to like the grocery store in the morning, and when you came back in the afternoon, you'd be paying a different price for, say, apples. In fact, it was funny. After we returned from Argentina, the second time my wife went to the store, she came back expressing astonishment that she'd paid the same price for food that she had paid on the previous trip. Now, what's fast? You'd think when you're faced with that, you think society would shut down, commerce would stop, that there would be no purchase of homes, no purchase of cars. No, that all went on, but it was very much dependent upon, did you have dollars? Did you have a source of wealth or not? The Argentines that didn't have a stock of dollars, they were decimated, wiped out. As very, very dear friends of ours that we actually shared a house, that they lived with us for a time while their bakery was being built. And then we lived with them for a time while this church that we were going to live in, while it was being built. And I saw, this is a man who had a business selling pastries to Aerolíneas Argentina, the Argentine airline. You get on in the morning, you have they call it factura, like a croissant. But it basically bankrupted him. And so he went from being upper middle class businessman to he was wiped out. And yet, society didn't implode, life didn't stop. People would still get up and go to work somewhere. There's still cars moving in the streets. So when that hits us here, life is not going to stop, but we're going to see, more crime. There will be more scams being run. It'll be sort of a dog-eat-dog world, but it's not going to be so dramatic as like the heart will stop.
Yeah. Well, now the other thing, something else that you covered that I think is important, and that is the issue of, and this is important, the conversation. I talked about this the other day. Donald Trump is showing that he's insecure.
Yes.
Because he's putting all this stuff out. I'm the greatest president ever. Look at the stock market. Look at that. And I'm like, dude, you don't realize you're telling us that you feel like the worst president ever and that the economy's crashing. He's showing your fear. But he's on and all, there's something really twisted about Donald Trump. Well, there's a lot really twisted about Trump, but that he's screaming how wonderful he is. That is abnormal.
No,
abnormal.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of insecurity is just, when you have to tell everybody that you're the greatest of all time. Tom Brady never had to tell people he was the GOAT. You knew it because you saw it, but he did it by how he acted, how he conducted himself on the field. Even people that didn't like Brady, they couldn't deny his greatness. In the same, the area of basketball, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan. Again. two goats right there. So here's Trump having to tell everybody, tell him, "Oh yeah, I'm the goat. I'm great," and yet unable to actually step back and objectively look at how bad he's doing and what trouble he's creating.
And so this is his post. Do you agree with this ranking? So that I mean, at a time, and here's the tell. At a time when your poll numbers are tanking, your poll numbers tanking, you're like, "Hey, I'm the greatest. Don't you agree?" Well, why would you ask that question now?
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, exactly. Because the polls are turning against him, and the successes he was expecting out of Ukraine and out of Iran, they're not coming to pass. Just the opposite. And he doesn't like getting the bad news, so he's surrounded himself with people who are going to tell him he's the best, he's doing great, and he believes them. He's not one to go out. They've got him in a bubble, and he doesn't realize he has become the bubble boy.
Yeah, it's pretty sad to look at. It's pathetic to look at. And here's the problem Donald Trump has. He ain't seen nothing yet. When we get to some unthinkable number of $6-7 a gallon, he's going to be in single digits. I predict by the end of the summer, Donald Trump will be in single digits. And I don't know politically if he'll even survive politically until the midterm, because it's going to be so bad. There will be a drive there will be a move to drive him out of office in his own party.
Right. Yeah, no, I think it's coming to that. He's going to become toxic. And, the fact that he's turned against what were his basic principles of, making America first, making America wealthy again, easing the tax burden on American citizens, getting us out of foreign wars, all of that he's completely turned his back on. It's as if he's been captured by aliens.
Let me ask you this, something that I know you talked about. So there are rumors that the UAE is tightening up their relationship with Israel, that I don't know what's up with the UAE. It seems to me even Saudi Arabia, some of the other Gulf countries are starting to see the writing on the wall and say, perhaps we need to consider what we're going to do here. Perhaps we need to look in another direction. We need to figure out how we're going to make it. And it seems that the UAE is just like, no, we're going to go all U.S. Israel. I don't think that's going to work out for them in the long term.
Well, in fact, what's going on? So I've got a fellow who's well connected with Pakistani intelligence. If you recall, 2 weeks ago Monday, when Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi was in Moscow, or in St. Petersburg, Putin talked about we need a new security architecture for the Gulf. A week later, Araghchi is in Beijing meeting with Wang Yi, the Chinese foreign minister, and the same language out of Wang Yi. So apparently Russia and China are actually working together in a way behind the scenes, but using diplomatic communications and methods and offering concrete plans to wean Saudi Arabia and Qatar away from the United States and to come in under a security umbrella that's offered by Russia and China, along with Pakistan. And so they're coordinating with Turkey and with Iran. And, the Gulf Arabs in the past were basically convinced to fear Iran as a threat, which is why they had to have U.S. military bases in the Gulf Arab states, which is why they had to buy U.S. Treasury bills, why they had to buy U.S. defense products, why basically it was a wealth transfer of billions, maybe even a couple of $1 trillion from the Gulf Arabs to the United States over the last 30 years in particular. That's going away now. And we got the first hint of it a week ago Wednesday when Project Freedom was put on hold by Trump because the Saudis refused to allow U.S. air operations out of Saudi air bases. And even though Trump called up Mohammed bin Salman and tried to convince him to, hey, come on, let us do it, MBS was firm and said, no, we're not going to do that. So it looks like the move is underway, that the United States will be effectively pushed out of the Persian Gulf. Russia and China will take over the job of coordinating the security arrangements so that everybody's comfortable with that. The only one that's the wild card is UAE, but they don't have any leverage to play in this. They've lost their last port on the Oman, Gulf of Oman for shipping oil out. So with that gone now, they've had their cash flow effectively curtailed. So they're in a difficult situation.
Yeah, I think you're right. And just before we go, let me show everyone. You can go to Al Mayadeen, I believe, English.
Kofi, follow me.